I see you, peekaboo, I see you, looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. One time from side to side.
Moving with the motion. Hello, everyone, and welcome. It's back to the NACL OQ. And today we have a very interesting match as well as on the desk. Returning is Satyr. Satyr, welcome again to the OQs. And we have ourselves a very hot, highly contested match right here for round one. Shibby has been talking a lot on Twitter. There's a lot of heat coming between these teams here. A lot of shade being thrown. There's a lot of vile words that have been said. Satyr, where do you weigh in on this matchup?
See, the biggest issue for me is I have beef with Slayer. Because a couple of OQs ago we were casting together and I put myself forward as saying Duckies are going to get through, and no one agreed with me at the time. And then they did. And then they disagreed with me in the next round and they done it again. And then they disagreed with me again and they finally fell. But they did get all the way to semi-finals and no one pegged them down. So I'm just going to say very quickly, Slayer, I just hope you get bodied. Regardless of anything else that happens, I hope you get bodied. But the rest of the guys, I do want the casters to do well. I love Decker and I love Yanni. I've casted with Yanni before. We've had some really, really good times together. So the rest of them, yes, I want to do well. But overall, Slayer, 0-10, please. Just 1-0-10. That's all I want.
Slayer, gonna be his namesake for himself there. Speaking of getting pegged, I think Grapes here, Silver 2 in the jungle versus Kitsuo. Yeah. That is probably not going to be pretty. A little bit of a disparity here in that matchup. And jungle's a very important position, so it's going to have to be some really big brains coming out from Grapes if they're going to be looking to survive the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, I do think there's a case here, right? So there's a very simple way of fixing like, oh my god, our jungler's bad. It's like play Ahri. Play Ahri. Yeah, just play something that can walk over to the jungler at any point to be like, I'll protect you. Or Ivern, just stay out of it.
There you go.
Stay away from it. Like Kitsuo is going to be having a really, really good time in the jungle, like invading, timings, getting to the right lane at the right time, and just mechanically will have a very fun time. While I think the lanes should also go quite well for them, so the jungler should have a lot of free time on the top of that one, but we should see what I'm hoping to be simple junglers, strong lanes, and work through it that way. But we do have to wonder as well, will they let through Decker's Victor? That's the big one.
Ooh, yeah, that's going to be a very important one as well here. Very strong jungler being removed already, and I think this is a smart strategy, to say the least here. Nico going to get removed as well as Mbessa, so that's going to be a top lane pick taken out of the pool here. So
I've been in EU for too long. You know that?
Did you think about some bans here? Okay, Young. What do you think about the ban so far from Hard?
It's so NA. It's so NA. It's unbelievable. It's just like I'm looking at it and going like, why are you banning Mbessa? It's one of the most countered top lanes right now because Poppy is just so good in the top side. Absolutely dunks on Mbessa. Most junglers at this stage in the higher metas need dashes to be super effective. Just take a Poppy top. Everything they've left Victor open and GV have first pick.
All right, let's see what Colin, coach of Gravity, is cooking up here for the draft. Very, very difficult draft, of course, here. Gonna go with one of the best first picks in the game. Very standard, very strong. It's the Varus.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by that. I'm surprised. Like, I was fully expecting to see a Victor takeaway there just to put Decker on the back foot, but maybe it's comfort over King. They'll actually take it themselves. So yeah, they've left open the Victor. One thing I did say before, that's the one that I really wanted to see. And then maybe instead of jungle, you go for something with high CC, good lockdown. Yeah, like the Jarvans. Yeah. I think that's a good simple jungler. That's a silver jungler right there.
Also, it's a champion that works at pretty much all skill levels. And the J4 into the Varus, we all know, very good. Silas going to be picked up. So they're going to have a bit of an early skirmish advantage in that mid lane. And if they pair this with a really strong jungler to boot, of course, something like Sejuani. But, of course, not really in the meta. They could go something else. Lee Sin, there you go. Very strong early jungler. It looks like they're just trying to end the game at 10 minutes here. I don't know if that's the best draft, but let's look at that's what they're going for. Quick game, Satyr.
Like so far the draft is going, okay, Slayer, that was just not the pick. That was just incorrect. But we have Varus, which is a lane dominant bully right now in the bot side and is highly contested across all the leagues going into some of the best. Why are you banning away a Poppy when they have Lisa? Come on, user casters and analysts.
They're not going to play it. They're not going to play Satyr.
rage inducing. But you've kind of lost in 2 lanes already, because Silas is quite good into Victor. I know the all in, the gravity field, and Decker on Victor, but it is a very good champion at just like getting in, getting your damage, getting out, taking the ult Slater on as well. It still scales really well with Silas. You have Jarvan that's heavily countered by Lee Sin, because you can just kick it away. It goes in, you kick it out of the pit, you can jump back out, that's fine. Like, those 1v1s are very Lee Sin favored, at least for the beginning. Later on they can change, but taking the Ezreal into the Varus, you're just going to play into what Varus wants to do, which is just poke you, while you want to do the same back, but there's higher damage on Varus because he can fire it through a wave. You can't. You have to get into the right positions. So Thresh, not terrible. I know Yanni's a Thresh one trick though. I know Yanni plays a lot of this, but Seraphine, I'm liking this draft from GV so much more. I expected a lot more coming in from casters. Crims, this is what we do. We break this stuff down, and they've done this to me.
So, I mean, it's not the worst in the world. They do have farther range, although Seraphine's going to, and the Ornn's going to completely blow them out of the water now. So, they have lost a lot of answers in the draft here. Final pick, and it's going to be the Vel'Koz. Sater, you're going to have to do some explaining for me here, because I can't figure it out.
What the What is that? Like, what is that even doing here? It's just like one of those games like Spot the Imposter.
Vel'Koz is the imposter. That is 100%. Yanni's gonna play the Thresh. Okay,
yeah, that's
it's
normal,
gonna be on the top side. By the way, I don't even think Vel'Koz can beat Ornn, so I don't know what is going on. Super susceptible to ganks from Lee Sin.
You can displace him with just your rock, with just your molten rock. Like, it's just one volcanic rupture knocks.
Guys, you guys were talking so much smack on Twitter. What is this? Can someone screenshot this draft? you know casters question people's draft like we always are doing right now. Well, we're doing it to the casters themselves. What is going on with this draft? Not only, I mean, look, it's not even a good switch up pick. Like, Ornn is the perfect counter. I don't get it. I
don't.
Oh, okay.
I can get
hold
the
up.
idea. I can get the idea. It's Jarvan and Vel'Koz. Like, you have the Cataclysm, you got lasers, everything's cool. But top lane they're going to be able to kill one thing. I think that's their aim. Kill at least everything once, so it's not a perfect game.
All right. I'm not sure if Chris and the production team have done it yet, but now's our time to throw out bets for first blood. Who's dying first?
We've done it already. I've already put my bet in for Slayer.
Okay, perfect. Okay, you put it in for Slayer. I'm sorry, Crimson. I mean, I know we share a name. We're brothers on that part. But there's no way you're surviving versus Ornn and Lee Sin. I would level 3 gank you top. Maybe that's the plan. Grapes knows that you're going to get ganked top level 3. Something like that. But there's no way you're going to have a game. There's no way you're going to survive. Or gank mid. Victor is also very susceptible. So this is just a rough game. Gravity don't even have to go bot lane the whole game. So solo laners on the side of Hardstuck casters. You're going to be in a rough... This is a rough one.
They're going to be Hardstuck. They're going to be Hardstuck at 0-1. Like, I do...
Okay, who? So you think Slayer's going to get first blood still? You still think Slayer's gonna... Because I don't think that's... I think you should change.
First blood is. I think he's going to die first.
I don't. I think that is a crazy... That's a crazy take. It's definitely going to be the solo laners here. As we are Grapes is
going to get invaded by Lee Sin and die. But I think the thing that we haven't really spoke about too much is that, like, Thresh and Ezreal is a volatile lane. But it's one of those lanes where, like, you feel like it's right. You feel like the moment is correct, and you go in, you follow the hook, you go for it, and you realize, oh my god, that's a Seraphine, and we've made a mistake here, because that champion does a lot. I am kind of upset that they didn't go for the Smolder, and I know some people are going to be like, what did you just say? But, like, Smolder's in a really, really good position right now, just got another buff, and then with the IE changes to Smolder that came through a while ago, I really think it's risen up a little bit. I do want to see maybe just a little bit more Smolder in these types of games where they're taking Varus, Silas, Ornn, and they're taking all these kind of beefier, healthier champions that can build these tank items, and Smolder just goes, no, I'll outstack your health. Don't worry about it. Because I've been playing a lot of Smolder, and I think it's very, very strong right now. So a little bit surprised to not see it in this one, but as we are going to watch bot and mid right now, I'm so worried about how this bot lane is going to go in terms of how they play it into what would be considered higher elo and better in inverted bunny ears, better players, because they're already
Player
losing
did
this
dodge
push.
a single skill shot so far. So, okay. We got something. I mean, Yanni has to do a lot in this lane, right, Sater? You can't just sit around and do nothing, because then Slayer's going to get outpoked, not going to be able to farm. And then if you choose a bad engage, then you're also going to lose the lane. So this is kind of, for this bot lane, a lot rests on the shoulders of Yanni right here.
Yeah, a lot of it will come down to how well Yanni can land the first hook. The first hook is the one to give you the feel for the lane. As a resident support player, even though I main Jinx, I do like to play support a lot, and it's always that first one. If you land the first hook on Thresh, everything feels better. If you miss the first one, you're going to miss the next 4, and the lane is just over. It's too high of a mana cost, the cooldown is way too high, and you've just left yourself in a horrible position as Robbie Bob is getting decent damage down onto Decker in the mid lane, and it's a good trade back, but overall, Robbie Bob, I think they're in an okay position for this one because they've got that wave, held it forward. Decker's going to have to step up for this one and probably burn another couple of lasers to push that one in.
Need to see the jungle pathing here because I don't know if Dekar is in danger from a Lee Sin gank. Both junglers are about to do their full clears. We'll see where they head. The Robbie Bob just wants to get the HP bars low because that makes the ganks a lot more accessible here. And so, yeah, the nice level 3 trade from Robbie Bob helping to establish control in the lane here. Meanwhile, bot side, it's looking like they're getting frozen on just a little bit. Oh, Lantern in
here, Yanni
with
goes.
the flay. And it
flash in. There
oh,
it is.
the
There's
hook's going to land.
Cleanse immediately, but Slayer wasn't actually going to follow that one up. Did you see how far back Slayer was standing?
Yeah, definitely was playing safe. And here's the gank from Lee Sin. And the first blood, if you thought it was Dekar, congratulations, you won the bet. First blood goes over. Sater, it wasn't Slayer. Are you disappointed? Are you proud? Where are you coming from with this?
I still hate him.
Okay.
I'm not changing anything right now.
It's
I'm not
spiteful regardless.
Yeah, I'm a spiteful petty caster, but Kitsuo's also in the top side. Crimson with no flash, ghosts out, tries to get some space, will get away, and will burn that stone. Well,
okay, we're definitely order of operations there, Kitsuo. Like, dash first, and then you could throw your spells. Tried to go for the sneaky Q, ended up being not the correct order of operations. But first blood nonetheless for Gravity here. And in the mid lane, so Robbie Bob, who we've seen carry many games, getting set up to have a strong start. I like that Dekar's kept Flash. This is super important for surviving in this lane. Knew that they were dead. Kept the Flash up. So there are some big brains coming through as Yanni gets rooted up here. All Calamity is going to take the kill. Sagiwabi unfortunately wasn't able to get the execute there. Slayer's going to have to get out of there with an arcane shift. And now it's 2-0 actually. 2-0 in the bot lane.
We're coming up to a 1.5k goal lead at 5 minutes.
This is very quick. This is insanely fast gold lead here with just 2 kills. So I would have to say,
Slayer, no, you recall here.
Oh, they're letting him. Oh, they're letting him slide. That is. Lee Sin's on the bottom side of the jungle too. So Slayer totally was in trouble here. Just didn't know it yet.
Yeah, I think Slayer should have just left that one, but no, we're going to stay. Should have enough for the tier anyway, but we are going to see that lethality come out from the Varus with no immediate thanks as we have an ARAM. If the hook will land though, and Bobby does have the flash, will get away from this one. Grapes is going to keep going forward. The ignite is down, the flag and drag. Grapes is on the board. Silver beats Challenger, but Feat of Warfare doesn't matter. A Silver killed the Challenger player, it's all over. GG, go next.
Okay, well, they definitely bailed out Dekar in the lane. Did have to burn flash on the way out because of Kitsuo sneaky on the side brush waiting for that one. But they do get a kill, so I guess they're going to be happy with that. Unfortunately, it's on Grapes on the jungler as well. So going to be doing a nice steal away here. However, has to get out of the enemy jungle. Lantern is going to be used to spot it out early, as we have just a clean exit.
Yeah, a nice step out though, but it does give them pressure for the Drake. It is a decision here needs to be made by Grapes on whether or not they need to contest this one, as we will get a replay of what happened here. So Decker does choose to stay with all that support. They will go for this one, as Robbie Bob could have just flashed here, didn't need to stay. Also could have flashed the hook and would have survived that one, but Kitsuo in the area will also try to get that shield on. Doesn't quite get enough. Decker does get out. If Robbie Bob showed a little bit more respect to that incoming barrage of enemies, I think it would have been a lot better for them, and they wouldn't have had to give over that kill. And more importantly, that is a little bit of salt in the wound, knowing that Grapes got the kill, because they are silver. Like it just feels like it could change
it's
the
also
shift of the game.
J4, right? Like J4 can't really carry games, just not enough in the toolkit.
I don't think you've seen some J4s that I've seen.
I have myself carried a game, but like it's not really an archetypical carry champion.
Have you met a
You have to
Gyoran?
go in. Okay, look, I know it can be done, but it's not the best champion. We all know it. Okay,
Can you just feel the Michael Jordan tree just going over Crims's head as I said that? Just a clean Bulls in 5 kind of moment. Yeah, no, like there is always the opportunity that if we do see the Eclipse come out from Grapes, we could see something, but it's going to be Yanni in the mid lane once again setting up, and it's Kitsuo going down this time as here comes the Cataclysm, sets them up nicely. The hook is charging. Yanni should have it in 1, 2, throw it, buddy. There it is, and he steals the kill.
Oh my gosh, Descartes cannot get... Okay, Descartes gets 1, but that could have been a double here. Just needed the laser to come on through. But they're fighting back. It's 600 gold, 700 gold difference now, as this is coming up to the 10-minute mark. And I thought this was going to be a blowout. I'll be real.
Yeah, it feels like it's... Okay, never mind. This feels more like it, but no, Yanni...
right into the loving arms of Sagiwabi and on Calamity as they get caught here. It was a nice little trick, Yanni, but it isn't going to get you guys out of there. And that is more deaths going over. And that gold lead that we're talking about is now suddenly ballooning.
Have you ever seen someone like punch a light bulb? It just feels like there was life for a moment there for Hard, and it just evaporated almost immediately. But here we see this big combo that we were expecting from Crimson, and Alorum just
walking on out.
Yeah.
I mean, being in a ranged matchup and not being in a gold lead as well. Cataclysm also coming in, and nothing much can be done there. Descartes goes down.
Yeah, a great little turnaround there from the Silas using the Cataclysm against Decker, and that's just when you have no flash and you're trapped in the pit and there's a Silas in there with you. It's a bit worrying, but here comes how top lane ults should look as Alorum just goes, thank you very much, and you can even see the item difference going into that one fight. I know Alorum has the ability to build in lane, but it's like, you don't even have a damage item. You've went for that defensive stat, and you're still able to just blow up that top laner, and Crimson needs too much time, too many resources, and a lot of ganks to really come into what Vel'Koz wants to do, which is pure damage. You're not going to get that time in a lane, especially against an Ornn, into a Lee Sin. You're looking for a 30-minute game, and this is looking like a 22.
I mean, there's no way they can team fight. And they have what essentially is like a kite back team fight comp. And there's just no way for them to get away. It's going to be very tough for them in the face of the Ornn and the Lee Sin. So, you know, we were rooting for them. Not really. We were rooting for them.
Backwards. You just go in. Just send it.
Go in. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to work out into Alorum here, who is getting quite a nasty gold lead. This turret is only on 2 more bars, and it's going to be done. Yanni, no hero hook here.
No, was searching for it and hoping for it, but just didn't quite hit it. And Yanni, I have to say, for all we've said at the start with the Thresh cooldowns and not being a great champion, has been a key point here. 100% kill participation, roams to mid, getting around the map, flashing even to pull Grapes out of bad positions. It didn't work out in the end as they just gave the kill over to the Varus, but it is really good to see Yanni being so aggressive, so high tempo, and as we see another play trying to come through, but you stop pulling people into Varus, maybe, as he's going to get a second one. Yeah, I saw it coming in my third eye. It was just so easy as we do see Kitsuo now under tower, will get the damage, another snipe coming through, and it's just...
Yeah,
Decker gets cancelled as well.
This is kind of what we're expecting here, as this is going to be first turret TP from Robbie Bob straight into the mid lane as well, covering all the angles. And now, I mean, where can we look? Where can we look for the win?
You look at the gold lead.
And it looks like that's going to be another great trade for Allure. I'm going to just completely box Crimson out from the minions here. Yanni playing aggressively, but it's just going to be one Jarvan as backup, so that's a bluff at best. Gravity don't have to go for dragons. Honestly, they could just keep going for the top side of the map and just snowball the game through pure
Seraphine
gold.
had the same amount of gold as the enemy jungler. Here we see. So,
Yanni's just playing this pretty good, but the problem is just they cannot be making a play down here right now, especially with the TP up from Robbie Bob. And look at the snipe. That was like final hitboxes to get that one.
Here comes the next one, right? So Kazuo gets all the damage. Look at the charge, tanking the tower as well for his jungler, Crims.
Who was TPing there? Was that?
He had flash. He had flash. Slayer, you had flash.
Oh, and here we go, another kill for Sage Wabe, just absolutely knocking them down now. Chains of Corruption into the execute. Yanni's going to try to do their best, but just a lonely Thresh here to hold this wave. So Gravity are also going to pick up the Dragon. They're not going to go ahead and be lazy. Still going to do things properly. I'm sure they were told to do things properly. Yanni forced to flash away just to survive as the onslaught continues.
Yeah, Kazuo also now invading into the jungle. Grapes now in a lot of trouble as this kick could come true. No, it's going to be held off for the moment, but Kazuo still sticking around, wants to get the big hero play done. Slayer now in half HP, kicks straight in. Nice move, nice mechanics, good hands. Will be trapped under a tower by the Cataclysm though, but here comes the charm, here comes the setup, and it's just too easy. Even the execute coming through from the Seraphine.
Okay. I have to say, Yanni, though, you're trying. I like the hook prediction on the Lee Sin. I like where the brain is at. We'll see if they can continue this one on to Sagiwabe here, getting surrounded all three sides. Crimson over the wall, and they get a shutdown for their Victor, who so far is the last person standing as being able to win this game. But it's just one lonely Victor here, Sater.
Yeah, but it is Decker's Victor. And it is their creme de la creme mid laner. That is the person they've recruited. They wanted this mid laner, and they got the champion they wanted on it. So if there was ever a champion to get those kills and shutdowns onto, it is Decker. So I'd love to see if he'll be able to set this one up. Will he get the stun off for the auto attack? He will. Lauren will take a decent amount of damage, but with no ult available and all MR on this Ornn, Decker will have to step back and go, maybe I cannot do this one. Grapes did find Al Calamity in the river. Not going to go for that one. They do get the Scuttle Crab, which sets them up for Rift, but Feats of War have been won. Boots have been upgraded. Gravity are in a more than strong position. It's very hard to say what it actually is, but Kazuo is caught, will jump over a wall, will get the Hex Drinker proc, has the Eclipse as well, is looking to go back into this one and actually still continue to steal the Gromp. That is disrespectful.
Well, lots of shielding on the Lee Sin and mobility, able to grant that play to Kitsuo.
Yanni?
Yanni's hanging around. As, yeah, it looks like they're going to go ahead, dodge around. Hook can be thrown out. Robbie Bob looking to play aggressively. Chain's going to miss as well. Looks like El Calamity does get the charm in, and they're straight onto Grapes into the knockback. Can this J4 survive? Is surviving for a little bit. Now Dakar with the damage coming on through. Robbie Bob gets sniped by Slayer, and it looks like it's starting to turn around. Sagiwabe on the side. They're going to have to exit. I don't think they see this Varus coming. Execute arrow is going to go wide, but the Chains of Corruption still on deck. Is going to land. Double stun root combo, turning it around. Slayer's finally made it. It looks like they're going to be able to win on the side of Gravity. Slayer trying to get something back for their team. Isn't going to be landing any of these skill shots, and it's just going to walk on out. Meanwhile, Alorum, side lane pushing tank, is just getting a free turret.
Yeah, this is just... They have better hands in these moments. Like, Decker was looking so good. If they'd just gotten one more laser off onto Kazuo in that fight, we might have seen just absolute calamity for the side of GV, but no. And then eventually Sagiwabe does come over. Chains come true. Doesn't matter if he missed the first arrow. Doesn't matter. He has the damage now. He's got those 2 items completed, getting close to that Muramana. I'd love to see if he actually has enough for it on this back. He's finished his boots at least, but here we go. So great setup. They managed to stop Grapes. They get onto a kickback. Good setup. Cataclysm is beautiful here for damage for them, and Kazuo does fall. Or not Kitsuo, Robbie Bob does fall. But here comes the ult now. Just one more laser might have done it there and gotten the damage for them. It's missed. It doesn't get it. Kitsuo does manage to get out. And here comes, misses the first arrow. That's fine. Get the Grievous down. That is the end of Decker. Al Calamity does manage to pick it up. But look at this. Cleanse arrow. Straight done. And then it's just so easy.
The Seraphine healing coming through, keeping them up for such a long time. Ooh, okay. Al Calamity going to go wide. As Slayer does get caught. There's the inset combo into a clean kill. Wait, Grapes just going to walk straight into that bush. Grapes, what are you doing? He's going to be able to walk out. There was no CC for Grapes, as they're going to be able to pick up the Rift Herald. And they live to fight again.
And Var still has a Chains of Corruption here, so if Grapes wants to go for this one, it could be very easy in terms of setup. He just mistimes it just a little bit, but no love lost. Rift Herald has been collected. They're slowly chipping out all of these outers. One remaining. Kitsuo could drop this immediately and just full send it, but what are they going to choose here? They don't have two of the big ults for setup here, and Kitsuo will not be able to set that up. Flash from the Jarvan as well, but without Seraphine and Varus ults, they can calm down a little bit. They can wait. They have plenty of time, plenty of money too, because it's over 10k at 18 minutes.
Yeah.
Crazy,
yeah, over 10k,
crazy.
18 minutes. This is a schlacking, that is for sure here. Satyr, has Slayer flashed once? Has he flashed?
No, I think it's very important for Slayer to hold on to that for next game. Slayer knows exactly what Slayer's doing.
Giving up on this game. Maybe next game there's a shot here, as it looks like full bot side control, and they're just poking away Sagewabe and all.
Yanni has flashed in more than Slayer's flashed out. Putting that in.
Yeah, well, support, that's their job. That's their duty. Do not use flash for yourself. Alorum here just gonna get the free kill onto Yanni, and there goes the Thresh.
There goes the hope. It's like Yanni is the playmaker right now. Yanni is the big. They're not able to get through Orange Rock. Oh, they do get it, but this is going to be the first attempt at the end of the game. There's the charm, there's the Orange, there's the horn, there's the kick. There's everything they need, as Hard has been dismantled here. Slayer doing their best to try to stay away. Robbie Bob does go for it. Slayer does finally fly. He flashed. He flashed.
Maybe a little too late, though, because the game might just be over. 15 seconds left on Grapes, but it's the car, the real respawn that we're waiting for. They're just going straight on the turrets. Hook gonna land. They're getting some poke damage down, but I don't think they're being thwarted at all, as the last turret is gonna go down. 19 minutes. Can they get the sub 20? It looks like that's very likely here. Are they gonna go for a fight just for fun? It looks like they're slowly beating down this Nexus. And that is going to be a sub 20 victory. Congratulations to the casters for lasting that long. Although, it is a very strong victory for Gravity.
Yeah,
where did it go? Where did it go wrong? Where did it go wrong?
Draft.
Oh, wait, look at this graph. Kale in the top lane. The Kale in the top lane. Wow, where did this come from? Maokai would have loved to see that champion come through.
Chris! What have you done? Look, the main thing is the draft never made sense. I think the Vel'Koz, for one, never made sense. I just don't believe that was good. I do want to talk a little bit about the Ezreal Thresh into Varus, when that's just not good. You're not going to survive that lane. Even though you can get away from the damage, Varus will just outscale you towards that mid game. Like, you need to be late game. Vel'Koz needs to be late game. Victor needs to be late game. Jarvan doesn't have enough setup, as he is a early mid jungler. He can't get you to that mid game just through his strength alone. He needs something alongside him. And Yanni, great pick. Yanni, you did everything right. I'll give you flowers for what you tried to do. You did incredible. The rest is, don't play late game. Just try win an early game. That would prove enough to us that this is worth watching. Okay, because I'm never watching another hard game if I have to see you play late game.
I think the Victor did good. I think the jungle
they did well, but it's just it didn't work. It didn't work.
I mean, for the team comp, you need something to be frontlining for the Victor to basically get the damage off, and it just wasn't going to happen with just the J4 here, as that's going to be a first victory walk in the park for Gravity here. as we're going to go ahead and go to a quick break. And when we get back, we're going to have game number 2. And this time, we're going to correctly guess who gives up first blood.
from side to side. Peekaboo, I see you. Peekaboo, I see you. Looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. One time from side to side.
Hello, Titan viewers, and welcome to week one of the NACL OQ. We are back from game number one. Gravity, hard stomp, sub 20-minute win. Which now brings up two questions here, Sater. First question is, how are Hard going to do better in the draft? Because that last one was an absolute disaster. And number two, will they delay the game beyond 20 minutes? What are the answers to those questions?
Well, the first one is we have to speak about the fact that you said it was a stomp. It wasn't a stomp. It was a thank you for tutorial. That's what that one was. It was a thank you for tutorial. Draft-wise, I said at the end of the last one, I just think if Hard want to do something, if they want to have any opportunity, they need to play early. It's something that happened a lot with Fnatic in last seasons where the late game scalings just didn't quite work. They never got to those stages. So I know it's going to be a lot harder to do it in one best of three, especially at the start of an OQ, but just go all early game, see if you can bully out one advantage and hard play for that. That's what I think they should do. And will they last more than 20 minutes? Well, it depends if they pick some early game champions. I don't mind maybe a Victor or an Ezreal or a Vel'Koz, but not Vel'Koz, Victor, Ezreal. Not all of them. Too much scaling, too much sauce for late game when you have Lee Sins and Silas's. So just something early, something that wants to bully a lane. Give me an Ahri that can move with the jungler. Get around the map a little bit. Give me, if there's no Varus available, go for maybe some high impact bot lanes, like go for Pike and not a Smolder, even though I do love it, but Jinx, try get some resets going, play for those Drakes, give up the grubs, little things like that, Crims. That's where I would go. But clearly I'm the better caster and know how to work with a team like this and know how to give some analysis, Slayer, on how to do things. But what would you do? Would you agree with me here?
I think, well, I would go a different route. I think I do like some of the ideas. They probably do need an early game champion somewhere. I think the best champion like picks for early game, like Karma, like Ezreal Karma. Okay. Ezreal Karma makes the lane super easy. Look, you know, you get outscaled by Varus, Seraphine, whatever, but you make it through the lane phase super easy. And I do think they probably need some kind of scaling mid laner pick to win the team fights. Like, just do nothing until mid game, and hopefully you can, like, you know, that has happened. At last OQ, there was a team that did lose to a very low ranked team, and it was because of the scaling factor and just playing to neutralize. So I think a neutralization style will work a lot better as we are moving into the draft here. Same bands, it looks like, but we do have the casters on the blue side.
Yeah, we do have hard on blue, which is probably another blue pill joke in there somewhere, but I'm not going to say it too loud. But on the other side of things, we're going to be Ambessa still being banned. Stop doing this. Stop with the Ambessa. Just don't do this. It's just terrible. Like, it's just not a good champion. Go watch Bowser's video on it. It's brilliant because he screams about it, but it is just a champion I don't think is that good. While Galio is a great ban, I think that's a really, really good one for Decker. I know that Galio is one of the champions that is like, oh, I can't play control mage, I'm gonna sit back and go for this instead. But first pick, what are they going to go for? And it's going to be okay. That's fine. I like that. It's fine. Get some heavy melee champions. Get some work done. That's fine. Sejuani is a very, very good first pick.
Kind of doubles as a takeaway because, like, obviously Robbie Bob likes to play stuff like the Yone, which is banned. As we have strong laner coming out of the gates. We're gonna get Emilio. We're gonna get Nami. What are we gonna get paired up with this Lucian?
Lilia. Lilia jungle.
Well, I mean, yeah.
More than likely, I'd go for more of a tank route myself. I do like to see the tanks go with Lucian. I know enchanters are the favorite, but I just prefer tanks myself. But that's not a bad pick into it. But Misfortune, what were they going to go for this one? They need something melee to go alongside that. So, like, Nautilus would be a great pick. Leona would be a great pick. Sun Bullets has always been one of my favorite Rakan. Yanni's a playmaker, okay? Yanni's a playmaker. I like it. I like the idea.
We're giving Yanni the tools. I agree.
Yeah.
Yanni looking like the best player on the team so far. Of course, Decker, Yanni, they're up there. So let's give them the power to make plays. They do leave themselves open for Leona. I know Colin loves picking Leona here. So they are, but in terms of bot lane, this is pretty hard. Yeah.
You're just cool like that. You by your first name, like you're just cool like that. You can say that kind of stuff because we know each other, kind of thing. You're just that kind of guy, right?
Oh, yeah, sure. That's what I'm doing. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what other name they go by. I apologize, but yeah, it looks like definitely taking the gloves off for the draft. Not fucking around and finding
cool guy.
out.
Don't worry about it.
Not messing around in the draft. All serious picks right here. I know All Calamity also likes playing the Leona. So far, Gravity getting everything they would ever want. The Sejuani pick coming out super early and it's getting punished.
Oh my god, it's Lucian mid instead of ADC. Oh,
okay,
no.
They're having fun. They're finally having fun.
It's Yuntal time. It's Yuntal. Senna buffs have been nuts, but it is not an ADC. Stop this madness. Stop this. But Orianna, control mage, nice and solid. Just, you know what? You need just like a solid top laner now. Do you know, I'd love a Rumble. Just for that extra kind of splash of magic. Put down the red carpet. It can bully out a lane. And that's not
Sejuani top?
Jesus Christ.
Where all right, they just.
Sorry, I'm in my happy place right now. I'm trying to
What
escape
are
the draft. I'm just.
Okay, Poppy going to be picked up in the top lane, I am assuming, as that's going to be a great counter to everything the casters
Crims, bro. Like.
They're getting demolished on these R5s, B5s from Gravity here, and that is just a hard counter. And again, Gravity have a great draft, even with this Senna pick here.
My last cast for Titan, I had to cast Nocturne Singe top lane. That boat went 0-0-0 until 25 minutes. And then my first cast back towards the new split is going to be Jin Zhao versus Poppy top. I feel like Titan likes to do this to me just before I end or leave a split to remind myself why I stopped casting all those years ago. But I am excited for the Senna. I do think it is going to rise in the kind of rankings right now with a lot of people. I think it is about A tier. I don't think it's quite S tier. But with Varus gone, Ezreal gone, and doing that Lucian swap with the Lilia jungle, I think it's very, very good here. You have good shielding across the map. Yuntal Wild Arrows and her latest buffs makes her very strong. I would like to see the more fasting Sennas with like Tam Kench's and Cho'Gath, especially Cho at the moment. But I do like this look coming through from the comp. It has a lot of lockdown, it has a good sleep, it has a lot of come to us and we will annihilate you, or sit too far back and we will annihilate you. It has a bit of both. You can't really front to back these with the poppy stops, Leona, and then if you come too close in, Lucian ult, Senna ult. Everything kind of works here for them in terms of stopping engage and starting engages. But there is that Yanni, and that's my one kind of like, oh my god, what could happen here? Because I really enjoyed the Thresh. I just think it's a terrible champion. I do like the idea of Yanni jumping through onto this Rakan, getting around, getting those grand entrances, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. I'd like to see Hard win at least one game, but it is going to be hard.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to pull that off very easily here.
Some Crims, some of it, bro. Some of it. Give me something like.
Hold up, but we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see if Hard. We'll see if Hard has the heart to win this game number 2 here, as we're popping right off of draft into this game. And yeah, so they have a great team comp on the side of Gravity, just showcasing so far what they can do in the draft. As they do pick up this Senna, put him in the bot lane. Robbie Bob playing the Lucian, who we haven't seen in the mid lane in a hot minute.
Maybe you haven't.
All right, that's correct. I have
not. No, like it's a fine pick, and it does have a very, very good kind of standing right now with the way things are. It's a very strong pick. Quite a lot of bullying off the top as well, while we do see Hard thinking that there might have been an invade coming through with the Senna Leona being quite strong, as Leona goes in and gets a heal through the Q of Senna. It does help keep that Leona alive. But as we do see pro comps dropping in now, maybe some of the casters should have listened to that and maybe went to pro comps themselves, as we do see Chris. That image of Chris on the left always makes me think he's seen something and has started running immediately.
No, that is exactly what that looks like.
It's like he's being chased by like chocolate or something, because it's not a true fear face. But like, oh my god, something's still chasing me kind of moment.
I just like to imagine Chris is playing soccer and like he's just yelling at someone who's like not passing to him aggressively, like just out of character.
Soccer. Oh my god, my chest. I felt it in my chest.
You are ashamedly European, as we have ourselves here. The split screen as Slayer, Yanni. Now, again, this is not the easiest lane in the world, but they're down here. They're trying to do their best. Yanni playing aggressively.
Yeah, very aggressively, wanting to get something done, but we also have to be careful as well of Senna coming through with those stacks. The more stacks, the stronger they get. As Robbie Bob getting decent damage onto Decker in the mid lane. Now, Decker off of their famed Victor, one we have to keep an eye on, is Robbie Bob already putting... Oh my god, that was disgusting. I can't believe I just saw that.
Bob, that was absolutely nasty. Just sniping the guard with the Q, flash forward, easy passive autos. And I was going to say, Dakar, I think you're a lot safer in this lane, but ended up dying in the 1v1.
That's a fucking TikTok, bro. That is a TikTok. That is a short on YouTube with 2K views, how I started my OQ split. That is absolutely... Look at this. It's like... Quick little, 1, 2, perfect little combo coming off, just at level 2. Then look at this, as soon as Decker's back in range. 1, 2.
And then watch, perfect bait, doesn't realize. Oh!
Flashes well, it flashes the autos, unbelievably done.
And frame beautiful work. Here. Okay, Yanni going in, double root, but they're trying to fight their way out of this trade. Level 3 pops, they're probably going to have to back off here. Robbie Bob's still healthy in this mid lane, as that is going to be... So the highlight reel, Robbie Bob, nice, going to hit that one. That's definitely one of those Chinese TikTok plays right there.
Absolutely perfect setup there. But coming back to the spot side, Slayer not doing too bad here. Does proc his first strike there, but no follow-up damage. Not really worried too much, wants to get those kind of that money later on in the game. But right now, staying solid, not falling too far behind in CS. If they can pick up this wave, they will actually be ahead. But it is all down to Yanni now, layering those autos perfectly, as we'll get more stacks onto that Senna. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. Already on 10, not a bad little number to have, but will get less as they are in the ADC position, not the support. But Kitsuo will get the flash over the wall, and Decker is going to get bullied.
Yep, without the flash, definitely going to be getting bullied for the rest of the game. As Kitsuo making a gank pre-6 on Lilia. Quite the feat, as well as taking away the grubs. Grapes just getting the jungle cannibalized here, as
I just
now...
recalled them the wrong faces there. Like Grapes recalling the lane and Crimson in the jungle, and I was like, "That's normal. It's Jin Zhao." And, oh wait, no, that's the wrong champions.
How does this
But yeah,
top lane go? I don't think Xin wins, but I do think, I mean, Zin's very, very OP early game. I don't know. I've never really seen a Xin in lane versus Poppy. I think someone
I
needs to
play
fill
a
me
lot
in
of
on
these
that
two champions. Okay, mostly jungle for both of them. I also play Poppy jungle, but Jin Zhao
but
will
it's
get
not
that first item quicker, and Poppy's scaling kind of works on the second item. So you'll really start to see her do damage around the level 8-9 mark. So I think 6 and 7, Crimson should be able to win out in that lane. But in the turbo early and then straight after that, it's Alorum, because Poppy's level 1 through 4 to 5 is very strong. But Crimson will start to do better as we do see a gang coming through. Grapes does flash. Doesn't land the flash for the knockup though, as the healing comes through from the Senna. They will get the stun. They will get the setup. Grapes will take a tower shot for their troubles. But that is a flash burned on both ADCs and the jungler, but they come out of it alive, and Yanni will get a second knockup, double knockup. Slayer walks up, doesn't have a lot of mana here, has to be careful, but they're alive.
Okay. Yeah, they did get a flash as well. Did cost them 2-for-1 flash deal for Gravity, but they're going to get this wave in, as it looks like another steal away from Kitso. And the wave does crash, and Crimson
Decker died in mid again.
Well, let's just not pay attention to mid. Let's just, let's just pretend mid doesn't exist for now. As Alorum does need to get level 6 here, does hit that one. So now should be able to basically punt Crimson out of lane whenever is necessary for the lane. So if you need to get that wave in or anything like that, should be nice utility here. As Chris, we're not doing this. We're giving mercy to Dekar in the mid lane, please. Please!
It's just cyberbullying. It's just cyberbullying. Just close the PC. Turn it off.
Getting the culling in the back there for the... I mean, Rob, please, mercy. Please.
Absolutely crazy. But we'll start to see, I believe, Crimson now after this next back, and even right now doing a lot more. It's like this is where Jin Zhao really does start to shine in his overall scaling and strength. Is this could be a bait now, because there isn't a lot of mana, Crimson, so please, for the love of all things Jin Zhao, don't do this. Don't even think
only
about
has
it.
enough
Step
mana
away.
for like 1 Q, so I don't think that's gonna work out here.
Good thing there's 3 of them.
Yeah, I don't know if you have enough damage though.
Bad jokes.
The passive though, 47 HP every 3 hits. That is like Aatrox level sustain, like old Aatrox in the laning phase. But
don't you dare speak badly about old Aatrox, okay?
Old Aatrox was great. Which old Aatrox we talking? Are we talking about auto attacking Aatrox, or are we talking about first? When I first got
first iteration Aatrox, where your W was a toggle between damage and healing. Love
that Aatrox was insane. Very low play rate.
Execute tower.
Faster back, very smart. I believe it's not after level 6, but that is tech. I mean, look, already pushed the wave in. Knew that Alorum was going to get the back in time. So, if they don't lose too much CS, I don't think it's a big deal.
I'm so upset. So upset. But yeah, we do see Crimson is starting to get the better of that lane, and with these more lane-centric, not high scaling, bar mid, of course, with Robbie Bob once again just having the time of their life on this Lucian. The lanes are a lot more solidified this time around. They're not falling behind because their champions are just weaker, and Kitsuo isn't as impactful in these sides as we saw in game 1. So I'm very excited to see how are surviving the early game. I think the last time I was talking, it was 5 minutes. It was like a 1k goal lead, and then it was like 10 minutes. It was like 5k. It's still up there. It's still just about 2k now, there and thereabouts, but it doesn't feel as heavy as it did in the first game. As you do see Crimson getting the better of this trade. Phage is available against a tier. Crimson should be able to win this one out completely. The Ignite
not gonna
could have been dropped.
There. Well, definitely does win the all-in, that is for sure. Is in getting the win against Alorum there. So Crimson Doing all right on the top side. You know, I'm surprised no Sejuani gank. I feel like Zin Sejuani sounds super strong as Grapes is in trouble. Just took a step too far into the red jungle and is now going to pay for it. Kitsuo picks up another kill. The Drowsy onto 2. Both of them just sleeping away in the jungle. Not the place you want to be. And that is Slayer going down here. Yanni is surviving for just a moment. Meanwhile, round number 2, Crimson is low on mana, so Alorum can potentially kite this out, make Crimson spend a bunch of mana, and then will be unable to fight back. And that looks like to be the case. Ignite is not going to be able to save the lane.
No, it will not. And Crimson probably should have recalled after the last knockback just for mana alone. Now they're going to lose out on a chunk of XP. They're probably going to get a play up in this top side as well, Alorum. They're going to be very comfortable going into this one as Grubs have already been collected. Drake has already been collected. So as much as we've been praising hard for the fact they're still in this one, Yanni will not land that knock-up. They still have a lot of work to do in terms of objectives. Like that, their macro right now isn't quite there. They're not moving around the map as fluidly as we are seeing with GV. They're getting everything they need, and that's going to be the difference between seed 15 and seed 32. Not only is it just they're challengers versus a silver jungler, it's also the way they move around the map. They play together, they work together, their synergy, and it's something that I'd love to see Hard be able to do in the future, is like start to really pick up these early games and start to work around the map. But at the moment, they're just playing what I would like to call is muscle memory league, where you stay in your lane, you farm to the best of your ability, and you tell your jungler you constantly need help.
Well, it looks like Grapes is actually keeping up in the CS department. However, ganks, that is a different story. Kitsuo has been out-ganking Grapes quite heavily in this game here. It looks like another dragon coming up 30 seconds. I don't think Hard are quite ready for what's about to come their way.
No, but let's see what they can do with this one, as we will see one ball will hit Grapes. No slow coming from that, as it does have a Sejuani passive. Stops all slows while that is up. But we do have Alorum looking to... Okay, they're just going to ward. I thought they were going to start walking down for it. That would have been a massive advantage when there's no TP on Crimson in the top side.
All right, Crimson going for a trade. The slow going to save Alorum there, successfully kiting that out with Poppy. Such a strong ability that Q is. As looks like the dragon's going to be started up. Kitsuo going to get the nice healing from the dragon. Grapes. Looks like they're trying to walk in through the ramp, but they're starting to get zoned by Alk here. Robbie Bob successfully making the transfer over, hooking up with the rest of the team. And now they are in perfect position for a team fight. Grapes is trying to positioning. The stun going to land on the Slayer into a combo. They get the ultimate kill through onto Dekar here. Grapes is trying to kite out. Yanni trying to survive, trying to run away. And wow, that is absolute annihilation. Slayer versus Alk in the jungle is eventually just going to run to Kitsuo to give over the free kill. I don't know why you did that, Slayer, but hey, we're here.
Oh, Yanni got the Drake.
Wait, what?
Yanni got the Drake. I'm telling you, Yanni's the
goat. Yanni's the GOAT. Oh, Alorum going to get the knock up into the kill. Crimson didn't stand a chance. 0-10 here. This is looking like a sub 20 yet again. They do have to make their way onto these turrets, but Seder looking like we're going to get a repeat.
Yeah, so Kitsuo actually left the Drake at 41 HP when they jumped over this wall to land onto the Leona ult. So Leona gets a great ult here onto Decker and Slayer. Kitsuo leaves. Boom. This goes to 41 HP after a smite. And here comes Yanni. Just steals the Drake. Like, it is all Yanni at this stage. And we can see here from the rest of it, like, the fight just went so backwards immediately. Decker doesn't have the damage. Slayer doesn't have the lineup for bullet time. Never even got to use it correctly. And that's what you see in a lot of LCK at the moment when they play it. They set it up really... Oh, Alorum with the moves, the steps, Faker, what was that?
Did Slayer have cleanse? I didn't see. I am so rusty.
Yes, Slayer doesn't know how to press D or F.
Oh man, we're being so mean to Slayer. We're being so mean to Slayer. What's the point in having cleanse if you're not going to use it, bro?
Actually, wait, no, that's a lie, because I know Slayer is /FF.
Oh, yeah, okay. Can't hit the F key.
You can
but
find
can
it
only
that
do
way.
it twice in a row. Can only hit it twice in a row. Followed
Yeah, it's got to save him.
by a slash. So cannot do that. Huge gold lead for Gravity here. They're just chilling. Robbie Bob is just a monster in this mid lane. Dakar is just not able to survive here. Grapes hasn't been able to help out the team too much. And just bounties galore for the side of Gravity. Oh, no, Crimson.
Yeah, they have a lot of work to do. They have some good abilities. Crimson is going to get absolutely ran down here. Their ult is available, so they could stop Robbie Bob if they get to the distance correct on this one. They do, but Robbie Bob will step back in. He'll go back in. He'll give it over. Decent damage.
Whoa!
But not quite enough, as we do have a fight down in the bot side happening, as well as we did see Decker actually take out Katsuo, who gets to trade back off with a Slayer now in a 1v1 versus Senna, and it is going to be a very, very quick fight, as Sage Sagewabe does manage to pick up another one. That's an ace here at 15 minutes.
Yeah, that was very close. Both of those 80 carries not really auto-attacking 80 carries, but Sagewabe does pull out the victory in the end. And now the turrets are starting to fall. 2 in the top lane for a Lorem there. Robbie Bob, quick haste on the mid lane, as well as the bot lane. Gonna fall soon, so the defenses are literally crumbling around them.
Yeah, and it is just hard. It is just hard themselves. Like the game isn't hard.
It's just
Games
hard.
are quite easy.
It's just hard.
It's just hard.
Ooh.
But Grapes trying to get onto bye-bye.
That play went from hopeful to sad in about 1 second.
And I don't even think Lorem said anything when they all collapsed. I think it was like complete silence in the Discord. And it's like, all you could hear is, oh, I've no ult, sorry.
I imagine the Discord is completely silent the whole way through. This is a silent scrim for Gravity as they're getting themselves into teamfight. Crimson straight onto Kitso is getting kited out. The stun, it is looking terrible. Robbie Bob fighting back with the culling. All Calamity, they do get caught in a huge shockwave, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Slayers here hasn't let the ultimate go just yet. The cooldowns aren't there. The car getting chased down. And opportunities being dashed. They may have the heart, but this game is just too hard.
Yeah, it's just
okay. All right, Hulk. Come on.
It's just a bit of BM. We all love it. We all love a little bit of BM. But yeah, look, as much as I have been ragging on hard quite a bit, like you can see semblances of how to play League of Legends. Like at least 3 of the hand keyboard at all points. It just takes a couple more good drafts, and we might have something as Katsuo. If that kills Slayer, okay, he's cleansed. Then still dies.
Oh, but you can't cleanse that. That is the dot from the Lilia there. Sage Wabe, hold up. Is forced to flash. Isn't gotten away just yet. Kitso's here, though, and I believe this damage is going to cut through them like none other. And there it is. The ability of this Lilia to just keep on running through with that passive is in a bit of trouble, but thanks to the gates, Hextech going to get this Lilia out of trouble.
I'm going to ask the Slayer after this and ask him if he needs a 200 ping ADC.
I think they could have used you. I think they definitely could have used a challenger level player on their team. Oh, wait a minute. Sagewabe is just going to get the root in time. Is going to get out of their grasp, just slipping through the fingers. It's just painful to watch this play out here. Yanni's here, going to get the knockup. Slayer, I don't think there's going to be enough damage with just the armor penetration. Nothing to really send it home, as they're just going to get kited out again. Kitso just continually making appearances.
How much gold is on that Lilia right now? Can we check that before the recall comes in?
Yeah, they haven't backed in quite some time here. I imagine maybe an item. Okay, it's almost an item.
Nearly 3k, yeah. Yeah, they do manage to take out that mid tower as well, and from this point on it will be easy enough, as Grapes actually has to step out, so the shockwave doesn't even hit anyone. They're going to take that second in here. We do see that the Lilia still has not back. They went towards the Rift Herald as well. We might see a dancing Rift Herald on this Rift, as Lorem will just start to walk away. Robbie Bob's still in a very comfortable position. Yanni will not land the knockup. They're just going to kite this one out, as Crimson wants to go in. They will get the chance. They will get Robbie Bob. Yanni once again with big plays. They only get 1 out of it so far. So they will continue to step back, dodges away, but here comes Al Calamity. The Leona is here, Lorem is here, the setup is here. They managed to get a big shutdown, 1k over the Crimson, but they will fall for their all the rewards they got. Is it enough? Oh no, Slayer.
Oh no, and now
we don't talk. Slayer did so bad. Just walks in the melee range of a
okay, Okay, I didn't say anything. As Grips is
Oh,
gonna go ahead, try to save the car here. They're trying to kite out all. There's no way
it's a
Leona
Leona.
gets the
It's a
kill, right?
Leona.
There's no way the
Don't,
shield, the
don't
root
do
gets
it.
killed with the Feather's Blade, gives them the kill.
Turn
No.
off the whole stream. Turn off the whole stream. It's done. It's so
Oh,
cooked.
shut it down. Shut it down. Oh my gosh. Okay, Grapes. Okay, great. Oh no, the plants. Oh no, the plants. Okay, Grapes got the
It's so
kill, but
cooked.
can Grapes get out?
Oh, League of Legends is a comedy. What are
Yeah,
they
this is
playing?
the fun. This is the fun that we've been missing in League of Legends. Here it is. It's just, it's just a group of pros absolutely destroying casters.
The
That's
only
what we
game
needed in
played,
League of
the only
Legends.
game that hard play is the victim. That's all it is. This is just so cooked.
This is not Dota. Okay, League of Legends casters get absolutely mangled.
It's just, it's like watching five casters get Aragot ulted simultaneously. It's just so, oh, brilliant.
Evisceration. Why does it? Well, maybe because you guys are typing in chat and making tweets mid game. How about you guys lock in? All right.
Yeah, lock in some better champions.
That probably would have helped.
Crimson
Oh,
Flash.
Crimson! Well, that is denied from Alorm here. That is also Flash. Yanni, gonna get rooted up. It is very squishy. The shield's coming through, but it is not enough. Robbie Bob just gonna go ahead and try to end this game. They're not gonna get the sub 20, so I bet they're devastated. Kitso barely gonna survive. That is gonna be a pretty decent ultimate from Slayer, but unfortunately for Slayer, not enough. They do get the kill thanks to the turret. However,
You're saving that
it's just gonna
KD.
be- Oh,
Dragging it back
KDA
from the
player.
depths.
ADA player Slayer, of course. Gonna land. Oh, he can cleanse! He can cleanse!
He didn't even get the kill.
as
He didn't even
Alt
get
goes
the kill.
down.
He didn't even get the kill. He didn't even get the kill.
Yanni's back. Last turret is here. Trom 2v2. Can they save the game? Sagiwabe half HP. Huge 200 HP heal. Lorm's here taking the brunt of the damage. Sagiwabe going to try to end the game while Lorm's tanking. Not going to be enough. Just not enough damage on the Senna. And they don't get the win. Satyr, does this count as anything? Are we going to say this is a small W for the side of the casters?
It isn't a W. It's two Vs.
Okay. Well, close enough. It looks the same as they get 9 kills. They got some gold. They're still about 15k down, all being said. And their base in shambles, 2 inhibs down. I don't know. Let's get a Hail Mary in here. Casters need to do something. Just run down mid.
Yeah, it's. Look where Robbie Bob is right now. The rest of the team are like, oh yeah, we'll just go get Akatan and maybe move around the bot side. But actually, no, they're not even going to do that. They're just going to walk into the enemy jungle, steal everything, walk straight down mid and laugh, tackling manically as they take out the people that have given them so much casts over the years. This is the other thing you got to remember, GV. We've given you so much of our time. Absolutely loved how well you've played over the years, and we've casted all of your games. And this is how you repay us, by absolutely bodying our friends and foes, Slayer. But yeah, great engage coming through here, as it will be a great ult coming through. Misfortune, but no, the damage is not there. They managed to step out of it as it's not doing enough, and it's just a clean sweep here. Robbie Bob will fly forward, finish off Decker, trying to finish off Slayer, but that will be the game. It's over 20 minutes.
All right, 22 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock there. No double sub 20. So honestly, gonna have to give the L to Gravity. Should have been a double sub 20 victory. I don't know what they did to mess that one up. As they do pick up the 2-0 in hanging their heads in shame as they pick up this 2-0 win.
Yeah, look, the boys at heart, we need to have a sit-down chat with them and explain to them how League of Legends works. How League of Legends works, because they played the game like it was solo queue. It didn't feel like there was communication at any point. It just felt out of sync.
Except for Yanni. Yanni's the GOAT, as far as I'm aware.
Yanni's the GOAT. We'll give Yanni all the love and praise we can.
Yanni the GOAT, because like Steel's Dragon, making plays on the map.
No, Yanni's hard.
Yanni is hard. Yanni is hard.
Yanni is hard. That's all we have to do for that. That last Leona fight still has me reeling.
Oh my gosh, the car could not. I mean, the shields are coming through. Oh, this other play at the end. Okay, maybe we could just pull that one up, because that was just That was the best fight for sure here. All right, well, Gravity picking up a 2-0. I would have liked an interview from Gravity, but we may have to settle an interview from Hardstuck casters here. We'll see. We'll get back to you guys. But if not, we still have another game coming up where I will be making a reappearance. And Sater, I don't know what you're going to be doing during that time.
I'm going to bed.
There you go. It is very late over
Right up.
there.
Don't want to be here, bro.
We're going to be wrapping it up here. More sleep time for Sater. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more NACL OQ. All right, viewers, we weren't able to secure an interview with Gravity, but we got the next best thing, and that is going to be Slayer from the losing side. We're doing a losers interview here. Slayer, welcome to the interview seat. I know this is a new position for you, but how do
Yeah.
you think you did on your performance first before we talk about your team?
Well, game one, I'll say, I was weak side. All right. It was like my support left me. No flame. I mean, Thresh into Varus Seraphine is pretty rough. So I was just kind of weak lane. I thought I farmed decently well. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what I'm supposed to say here. We got
Okay,
completely clapped. We got completely
well,
clapped.
okay.
So, yeah.
If you had to say who is the primary reason you guys lost game number one, who would it be then?
Oh, this is you're trying to seed violent chaos within the Hardstuck Casterlow ranks. You know what? I was the reason we lost game one. There you go.
Oh, what a
I
hero!
was the reason
Can't
we
take
lost game
credit.
one.
That's a
Yeah,
very coach-like mentality that you taking the blame for the team,
I tried.
accepting responsibility here,
It certainly seems
foiling my
like
attempt.
everybody, like some people in chat, a certain caster that had to peace out. They probably would have blamed me too. So why don't I just play into it a little bit?
You had some haters. You did try to silence them, but we'll talk about it. Did you try to? So game number one, didn't go so well. Sub 20 minutes. Game number two, all right, we did get the 20-minute plus, so must be happy about that one. But we got to talk about some things, all right? We got to talk about draft because what the heck were you guys doing on like Vel'Koz top? Whose idea was that? Whose idea was it?
That was something we cooked up after the hundreds of scrims we played to prep for this open qualifier.
100. Okay.
100. We ran the Vel'Koz top a lot. We liked it in the tank matchups. The items were in a good spot.
Specifically Ornn. You liked it into Ornn.
We like it in those tanks. You get some range. You go the first strike. You maximize early gold. We thought it could succeed, but Alorum's built diff. Guy's just a maniac on the tank top player. Tank top champion. So
just had Crimson's number up there somehow, some way was able to get the wins. You guys draft strategy didn't end up working. Game number two, you guys got in there, and now you're going in with the Xin top. Did you think that you got a little clever trick up there in the top lane?
Yeah, so I mean, Alorum has been campaigning the Sejuani top, so we thought it'd be funny if we make him think we're playing Sejuani top, like his Sejuani. We had him in the chat talking about build paths. He was excited. And then we're like, psych, you're playing into the Zinzao, and then he just picks Poppy and murders the Zinzao. Listen, we knew that we were the underdogs here, so we kind of had to get a little creative with the drafts. We attempted some things, they didn't work out. Lower bracket. Okay. That's where we'll pull out the real drafts. Maybe.
So how is your? I see you guys are using some psychology. We got some mental gaming going on here. You typing in chat. Also, a lot of typing on Twitter. Now you weren't the most. You weren't the yappiest of your team here. But do you have anything to say about what Shibby has been doing on the internet?
Listen, this is why we need Shibby on the team, right? Okay, you need somebody to stir the pot, right, and have some fun, make fun for content, and that's Shibby. Shibby is just a wizard at flaming people on Twitter in the chat. It is. I will admit, it is funny that he was the one talking the most, and he wasn't here against Gravity. That was very funny. But who knows? Maybe we were saving Shibby for the games that are going to matter more down the line when eliminations on tap. I think Shibby may have a chance to back up his talk. I don't want to spoil too much. We got a lot of the works here.
So Shibby didn't have cold feet today. Wasn't afraid. Didn't run away. No. Okay.
I'm very confident that if he had the ability, he would have played.
Okay.
He just did not.
All right.
Have the ability.
Was not ducking this game here today. You heard it from Slayer. Confirmed. Okay. So you're gonna have your sights set on a different team. We'll see as the bracket turns up who you'll be flaming your ire towards in the next games. Now, before we go, I do have to call this out. Making a tweet while you're getting clapped mid-game. What is going on there? Don't you have to? You're playing a game.
That tweet was on load up. I was on load up, and I saw the tweet and I just responded to it. I mean, it was not in game. I was not in game. It was 100% loading screen. Listen, I'm all for clowning myself if that hasn't been apparent. If I was tweeting in game, I would think that's hilarious. I did not tweet during the game. Unfortunately, that'd be funny.
We dubbed Yanni is hard, the heart of the team. The GOAT did get the Dragon Steel, by the way. So
True.
Yanni playing really good. Obviously, your support player. They're also typing in chat in the game, so I don't know about that. But what do you have to say about Yanni? Because me and Sater, we thought, Yanni's the GOAT, doing amazing.
Yeah, Yanni is the GOAT. He I don't know. Our caster clash from like not too long ago, like he saved us our 1-win game. Guy's a demon on Thresh. He's all over the map, and he's all about proactive plays. He's the heart of the team. And listen, no AD carry player wants to get weak sided, but when you got to support like Yanni on the map, you're okay with getting weak sided. That's how impactful that guy is. So shout out Yanni. Go Birds, of course, Yanni, because I know he's listening out there.
All right, well, this is great. Everyone wants to say like, oh, I'm Emerald, I could beat a challenger player. Well, Slayer, you did it. Congratulations.
Nope, I'm here to say it. Nope. Emerald players, we're a piss low for a reason, everybody. All right, do not go try. Can we talk about for a second how there were 12 teams seated below us off MMR? That's kind of crazy. I know there's some drama with that because we do have subs that are like diamond, but I don't know if that boosted it up or I don't know the intricacies behind it. But I was shocked that we were the 52nd seed, Gribbs. I figured we'd be like 62 maybe. I didn't think we'd be 64. But I thought we'd be like 62, 61, 60. Nope.
I mean, last OQ, there was a all gold and silver team specifically.
Yeah, that's true.
You knew you weren't going to come in last. Yeah, exactly. You didn't think you'd be last because of that. But hey, look, there's always a team trying to shoot their shot. I remember Diamond Prox wasn't even was Diamond when they debuted. So look, has been done before. Maybe it happened again. Maybe there is someone who is Diamond, who is Emerald, who can hang with the pros. Probably not likely, as we can see. But there it is. Before we go, Slayer, do you have any hidden secrets for your team that you are, you want to allude to anything, foreshadow?
Well, I'll say this. First of all, of course, shout out my team. I've never got to be on the other side of the shout outs, so shout out my team. We got to go through the motions. All I'll say is we're feeling like we're going in with a strong game plan. Whoever comes to the lower bracket obviously will be a weaker opponent compared to Gravity. So we feel confident in our team synergy to make that one competitive. And even outside the OQ, we're one of the forefront drivers in content. You talked about Chibi on Twitter, but we Chibi put out a banger video for the roster announcement. Listen, around the amateur scene, you might be seeing Hardstuck Casterlow make an appearance. So the open qualifiers are just the beginning. If we can get any Hardstuck Casterlow fans, so keep an eye on it. That's what I would.
So you guys are trying to join the ACL, is what I'm hearing. Anyway,
ACL, holy moly!
They're trying to gut their way to the ACL. All right, Slayer. Good luck on the rest of your games. You're going to be making an epic lower bracket run. I hope, and as we continue to see you guys on the Rift. Thank you for the interview, and we will be continuing with more Gravity games in the future.
side to side. Without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Peekaboo, I see you, peekaboo, I see you, looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. One time from side to side.
your chest. I want to forget it, take a breath and leave you away, away. But it's not that easy, 'cause you make me miss you again, again. If you want, just come. If you want, just come. Don't leave me again, leave me again. If you want, just come. If you want, just come. Don't leave me again, leave me again.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
Yeah.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love.
you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Peekaboo, I see you, peekaboo, I see you. Looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. One time from side to side.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
Yeah.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
side. All my life, all my. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Peekaboo, I see you, peekaboo, I see you. Looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. One time from side to side.
Hello, everyone, and welcome a new co-caster to the desk. Aussie, how you doing? Welcome to the NACL OQ, and today we have Gravity.
Hi, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me here today. I got to catch their last game where they absolutely dominated. Unfortunately, the casters team there, but the casters team looked like they had fun. They pulled out some fun things like the Vel'Koz top that Satyr was not so much a fan of at the time,
No.
but Gravity very dominant. Just looking at the roster as well, some crazy good players on this roster, so I expect good things out of them for going through for this tournament. And we have UIIAI as well, moving up as here. They're also looking pretty solid. I would say they're probably the underdog in this matchup, but definitely not as much of an underdog as Hard was in the last series. But I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, definitely going to be a step up in terms of opponents for Gravity. I'm definitely still pinning Gravity as the favorite. UIIAI or UI is going to be a bit of an underdog here. I do see Idol in the 80 carry position there, so definitely is a good 80 carry that is going to be representing UI. But Gravity, I mean, look, they're hoping for a deep run. This is a team expected to be making a deep run. Last OQ, they did get stopped a little early as well. So they're looking to be a lot more solid this time around. Alorum, always a beast in the top lane. Robbie Bob, one of the best mid lanes here in the OQ. Sage Wabi, great 80 carry. Calamity, making a great rise for a dominant support position. And Kitso here, look, doing great in the jungle so far in this OQ, obviously, versus the casters. Nice little warm up. They probably are not warm anymore since the game did take a long time to finish, but I'm still calling them the favorite here, Aussie.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you. I definitely think that Gravity, as we're getting into draft here, I think Gravity really has a strength of just raw player skill on the roster. As we see Sejuani banned away here. Very solid champion right now, very consistent, and honestly, I'd venture to say that it's easier on the execution side as well. Pairs well with a lot of mid laners. Gravity showing off the Silas last series means there is that synergy potential there that is taken away. So
Yeah, as Sejuani has been removed. Olaf, interesting pick to be taken off the board here. Jace has always been super strong Pantheon. That in the jungle slash support, going to be removed here. So right now the question is Varus probably going to be left open? Yes, probably is going to be left open. Syndra taken away from Robbie Bob as well. So interesting. I don't know where UI is going to go with this draft. Oh, they didn't like the Varus. Is such a strong pick, super safe. So that has been removed. There's other picks like it, like Ashe, but honestly not as blind pickable as the Varus.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Varus ban. In my opinion, is Camille actually going to be picked in? That's actually a crazy first pick there on the B1 slot. A lot of things that can counter into it. So I'm expecting really good things out of this Camille pick from Pride. Is Poppy going to be the answer? Yeah, that's a fantastic answer into it. Poppy also triple flexible, so they have that strength if they want to go for it. Alorum, you know, one of the best champs is this Poppy. As Trundle also coming in. I'm a big fan. We're spicing it up. You know, this is a fearless series, but I would say this is a game 3 draft, but this is only game 1.
Trundle Tech coming in, and I mean, Trundle also wins against Zin, so I don't know where that pick's coming from either. Full anti-AD coming in from the side of Gravity and dashes, and UI kind of just picking straight into it. Another dash champion in the Ahri is going to be pretty safe versus the Trundle and the Poppy, but again, they kind of need a little bit more magic damage, and it's just not being fulfilled.
Annie is actually something we've seen played around with recently in the LCK. BDD pulling out the Annie to beat Han while live. So yeah, Karma Ban really. I love Karma Ban. I think it actually is really strong in their team comp as well. It's also really helpful if you look at the side of UI. Like Karma with a Zen Camille is like absolutely just such a strong champion to pair with their core champs on the first 3 picks here. But yeah, overall, Rakan going to be banned away. I'm not necessarily happy with the Rakan ban there. I think it's a bit of a slip up. You already have the Poppy locked in, so I don't really see a world in which they'd consider going Rakan into it. But they don't want to play against the Rakan, so they are going to get rid of it. Victor, also, a lot of focus here on Robbie here. Even though the Annie's picked up, maybe an Annie support angle, as we actually see Lucian locked in as well. Robbie did play it in that last series, so still a lot of flexibility in this draft from Gravity.
Okay, Ezreal, I think to be expected to be picked here. UI, they have one shot at winning this draft, and I think it is going to be a Kite comp with a Zin and a Camille, but they have to go Kite. It's their only way to win, in my opinion, this draft. Ooh, they went with the Blitzcrank. That kind of does make it so that they can engage on one target to set fights the way they want to, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to pull that off here as we have Gravity's last pick with the Milio. How are you feeling about the drafts here, Aussie?
You know, honestly, Milio pick, it does pair well with the Lucian, but Milio's one of hardest counters for Milio is the Blitzcrank. So I think there's some very interesting things that happen in this draft. But if I'm going to give it to anybody, I'm going to give it to Gravity as we're loading up onto the Rift here. Gravity, I think they just have way too many ways of, dealing with this dive comp, right? Like the Poppy in particular are going to be so strong against any potential Camille dive that assuming if Gravity can avoid getting picked out by the Blitzcrank ahead of time, that they should be able to easily steamroll through, because they actually have so much burst damage between the Lucian and Annie combo that I don't see a world in which UI, unless they get an early pick, can actually DPS through this comp.
They do have a few options to get the picks with the Blitzcrank, Ahri, and Camille potentially. Get that burst damage down, hook someone in before the heals and the shields. Oh, that's a pause, as we're going to go ahead. Start talking a little bit more about this draft here. But yeah, I think that this is pretty much a good, solid draft from the side of Gravity.
Yeah, again, as the pause coming up here, but yeah, I think the Gravity draft is quite interesting. Like I said, I'm not necessarily a fan of the Milio, but with Lucian, obviously, I actually want to point out Lucian with the Ignite in this lane, so I need to watch out for that. But yeah, I think obviously you want something that's strong with the Lucian. Milio gives him a bit more safety with the extra range, but Nami also would have been a viable answer. I think both are kind of weak into the Blitzcrank, but they opt for the Milio here. Will also be pretty good at shutting down some of the engage, right, with the kickball. So you can just easily kick out the Camille if she wants to go in. You can kick out the Zen. So that it has some potential along with the ultimate, right? You can cleanse off the Ari charm. So yeah, honestly, I like we said, I think this gravity draft is looking a bit better here. As I worry that this Camille first pick might have sold them because Alorum did get, the Poppy in the top lane, and it's a champion Alorum really likes.
Yeah, man, a treat to see Robbie Bob on the Annie here, especially in the Ari. Such a good matchup. Level 2 first, movement speed, keeping the autos going with that Spirit Shield, and just giving it to the Ari with that Annie auto attack there. On the bot side, they're also going to get Prio into the Blitzcrank, as expected in the melee versus the range matchup here. So double Prio on the bot side. We'll see what Kitso is going to do with this, but it looks like they do have some lanes to play around here.
Yeah, honestly, something that's impressed me so far about watching Robbie here is even in their first series, Robbie's just very oppressive in this early game as we see a really nice trade here from the bot side from Sagawabe and Al Calamity. But here in the mid lane, Robbie just really knows how to abuse the early game matchups
wait,
very
look
well.
at the junglers here. Invade being set up from the laner Prio that I was talking about here. Looks like Robbie Bob does go low, but Flash. Big laners aren't going to be at this fight. Kutso is here. Ice Diet Coke is just dropping to Sagewabe. And I think mission accomplished with the early game plan.
Ooh,
Whoa,
nice
that's
hook, though.
a hook. It looks like All Calamity, though, has plenty of HP with the shields. Idle is just going to not flash. That is a Arcane Shift away. And that is the prio of mid and bot. And now no flash on the Ari. Easy pickup. Gravity out to an early lead. And it's looking like a solid game from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, really solid game so far from Gravity. I really like that invade look from Kitsuo there. Had the bot lane priority, so very easy to just invade, especially when you win the 1v1 so hard as Trundle to begin with. As another potential gank here in the mid lane here, that it could potentially happen, but we get the replay as well.
I would like to see the vision. Did they see Kitsuo? Yeah. I'm going to go with no, otherwise why would you walk in here? Probably. Is walking the safe way. They did have an inkling of this. And just right into the Trundle's maw. And that is a easy kill for this champion here, who is very good against auto attackers like Xin, as well as the Camille up in top lane. And yeah, this was just an easy little layup here.
Yeah, no Ari flash. So I actually see a dive in the top lane here.
Oh, gonna take an early turret shot. That is a lot of damage. Can't let it ramp up against you right now. The damage is absolutely massive. As they're gonna go ahead, cancel the play, but that is still pressure in all lanes coming out from Kitsuo here.
Yeah, so Trundle a little off tempo here. Obviously is behind that level. Still has the entire bot side to pick up and has the Krugs respawn in top side as well, but so far, really good early game from Gravity. As I said right before we went into the replay as well, Ari got ganked again, so she actually died twice now. So the Ari is really hurting in this lane into the Annie, which is really not where you want to be as the Ari. Nice charm here though, gets a nice trade back. As gonna be about an even health trade there, but yeah, overall really solid early game from Kitsuo to find so much impact as a level 3 Trundle.
Exactly what you want the Trundle to do early. Bully champions like the Xin while you have that power. The Q reduction of damage, so strong as well, and you're just totally negating what do they want to do on the other side here. But we do have a bit of a lull, another invade, and it might be costing Kitsuo as we have the Blitzcrank flash uppercut plus Wind becomes the lightning into the finish. And we were singing their praises, but no longer, as they are greedily invading yet again. And this time, it's the bot lane of UI that get there first.
Yeah, so looking for a Raptors respawn there, but has 4 camps up on his side of the map. So not really sure what that invade look is, because again, like I mentioned, was off tempo from all of the plays, so kind of needs to catch back up and farm. Thankfully, he's not going to get punished by the Xin Zhao invade just yet. Could potentially see this as Xin Zhao's walking back to potentially see like a Crux invade, but there's actually a scuffle on the top side here, and Kawhi's going to find a solo kill on Alorum.
Oh, Lorem, what are you doing there? Lane was in your hands, given just a little bit of a rest for the Camille. Looks like we have Dragon coming up. No one's really gunning for it at the moment. Robbie Bob dodging another Orb of Deception. As right now, Gravity, they kind of have the control of this bot side here. Unless Sagawabi goes down, is going to go ahead, fire back, shooting those light guns. And they're wresting control of this bot lane once again. So, Kitso, what are we going to do here? What's the plan? We just coming in for vacation, or are we getting the Dragon?
Looks like they're setting up for a potential Dragon. No, he's actually going to go to his topside camps. Both junglers going to be hanging around here in mid. But yeah, Kitsuo definitely needs to make sure he doesn't get invaded, because it is actually very important here. Made a lot of early impact, but you definitely don't want to go down in CS. So I think not doing Dragon is actually the correct call there, as we're going to get a replay here of this top lane scuffle.
So as this is going down, yeah, the grubs are going to be super important here. And Lorem, pretty full HP, is going to get the block. Oh, I mean, I think if Lorem just went in right away. Oh, trying to just get tricky with it. It ended up costing them. Oh, that is... just trying to do way too much in too little time. But Alorum's still in a pretty hefty lead on the top side. Robbie Bob continuing to trade into this Ari here. Super low. We have Ice Diet Coke moving in for the kill. Robbie Bob dropping super low. Gets the flash. Two for the finish. And now Zin has nowhere to go. Robbie Bob.
Nice stun as well. No way.
I don't know if that was absolutely necessary, Robbie Bob, but you know what? It worked out. You did it. And now, going to go ahead, take a plate, as well as pick up the grubs, which is going to be a huge counter to the Camille in the mid to late game here, Aussie.
Yeah, what a Robbie playing on the knife's edge, down to the literal, 100 HP mark there. Gets the stun off, doesn't go down, and it's a clean 2-0. And landing them the grubs is such a phenomenal find there. In which what probably should have just been a trade of 2-1, but Robbie, again, like I said, playing on the nice edge. So well played by Robbie here to just really turn this. Also baiting the Ahri to come up here. The Ahri's going to Spirit Rush forward, and the nice flash chomp here from Kitsuo, as also Wind Become Lightning missing there with the W flash. It's a bit unfortunate, but yeah, look at this. That stun.
Oh, the stun!
The stun is just so crazy, and also gets the W damage before Robbie flashes out. So just so well played overall from Gravity in this early game. Besides, some of the early game, mishaps. Alorem dying in that dive topside, and Kitsuo getting found out on that potential invade of Raptors respawn not being there. But so far, they're in a commanding lead. They're up 2.5k gold almost. So I'd say they're doing pretty well. Robbie, though,
all right,
in trouble.
Third time's a charm, right? We have here Zin picking up the kill, as finally they have slayed Robbie Bob. But it may be a little bit too late for that. Already Kitsuo, massive lead, massive pressure on the map here. And they are starting up the Dragon, despite the fact that they've lost their mid laner. TP on the Annie, still up.
Yeah, Ahri has Spirit Rush available, so a little risky play here, potentially. Nice sidestep from Kitsuo to avoid poke. The Blitzcrank is trapped. It does need to flash away.
All right, that's going to be the Dragon here. And I don't think they're going to do any cheekiness. That's just going to be Smite. I think that was 607 HP, but able to pick it up with the Advanced Smite. And there we go. Dragon and the grubs secured for Gravity, which is a great look in this early game.
Yeah, I mean, they're up the grubs, they're up the Drake, they're up the gold. So they have a nice little commanding lead. A lot of this gold is on this Trundle, though. 4-1-1. So also need to worry about that a little bit in the later stages of the game. Trundle obviously not necessarily the best gold holder in the late stages of the game. So obviously going to be just fine to the Zen for the entire game. But yeah, really nice W there from Alorem to
I mean, the Zin and Camille, there's really no other options. They have to, if they want to fight, they have to run into this Trundle here. There's, Trundle's big weakness of being kited is not going to be that much of a factor in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing, though, is because of how much pick potential that they have, Trundle is a pretty easily pickable champion. As Alorum still trading really aggressively here. Kitsuo now also on making a move. Ari is going to be walking up here as well. Ice Diet Coke covering the dive potentially. As they will see him.
Oh, there it is. The flash engage coming out from the Camille. Do they have enough damage? The knockaway, the ultimate. It ended up being a 1v2. You thought you were ganking me. No, we are ganking you. And that's going to be the first turret as well. So more feats of strength being popped in this top side.
Honestly, yeah, really solid play like from Gravity. I'm surprised that Heal It Up just decided to stop walking top. I thought they could have very easily turned the kill onto the Poppy, even with Kitsuo kind of hiding in the lane. But chooses to walk back mid. They lose their top tower and they lose their top laner. Definitely not the best play so far from UI. But they do have the tools to be able to pull themselves back if Gravity starts making mistakes. So Gravity still has to keep their heads on tight as we're going to get a replay of this. But yeah, honestly, the Ahri not walking here is kind of such a big difference maker. They don't see Kitsuo just barely. And it's going to be a difference.
Right
also, look at
here.
Alorum's ult here.
Yep, perfect. Right on the
Super
full
well
HP
played.
Zen. And now this leads Open Pride up to be felled by Kitsuo. And yeah, heal up there would have been nice. I didn't see the midwave state, so I don't know if that play was available. As we have returning to the rift here. Well, it looks like Kitsuo's just going to go straight to mid after picking up red.
And so far, the game's going to be dying down here a little bit as we are getting into the mid-game portion a little bit here as Alorum kind of pushed up a little too far here, but going to be able to safely walk this one away. Used to the W early, though.
All right. Probably going to get that on refund now. And there it is with the extra slow. Muscle members coming in. Alarm going in saying, I want blood.
Oh.
Eyesight Coke is going to be able to dash right out of there. Nice dodge. Over deception doesn't go through. Eventually, it will be a kill. Robbie Bob does pick up the kill on the other side, evening it up. Pride has to get out of here, but it just can't get away from the Trundle. Kitsuo flashing in, feeling confident, taking a bite out of Heal It Up. Chomp, chomp away. And that's going to be a double kill. Gravity is just dominating in this top side.
Yeah, they definitely came to play today. As we can actually see here, right? Like Robbie with a really nice like roam up as well to match the Ahri. Means they don't find anything other than Alorum, and they also now just lost their tier 2, and we're 14 minutes into the game. That top T2 is gone. Trundle with Grubs is an absolute menace, but he's actually getting collapsed here on the minimap. You can see in the jungle.
Okay, so 3v1, and it looks like the Arcane Shift is going to be given over that kill. Well, Kitsuo, 2 deaths to pure greed. I think, might be getting a talking to from the coach after that one. Sagiwabi making a play in the mid lane. Want to see a trick is here. Going to be doing the flash punch in the sky. Sagiwabi trying to get out. Ice Diet Coke, all Calamity might be saving this play here. Heal and ultimate to save the day. They're turning it around. Sagiwabi has enough damage. Full mana, just firing away.
Boy, so low.
Idol
goes for it.
The kill barrier, try to survive. Needs one more on all Calamity. Does get it. Eventually, Robbie Bob here in the 1v1 versus the Camille. Ultimate committed, and this is a turnaround.
Yeah, straight trade there. Obviously a little bit worse for UI, but being down this much, right? Really well played by Idol. Like, I thought Idol was just going to get one shot there, but finds enough damage to get it done, and now they're on the board. They're going to need to stabilize a little bit more before I can confidently say, hey, they're able to start fighting back, but that was a really good find. Like, honestly, Gravity kind of overstayed their welcome here a little bit.
Yeah, as we see here, aggressive play from Sagiwabe. That starts it off. Doesn't get the kill, and now with Ice Diet Coke closing in the gap and the hook coming out from Wanna See a Trick, it does seem like this play is all in the hands of Gravity, but right about here, we're going to have Pride and Idol making a last stand, and look at those shots. Look at that, hitting another skill shot, weaving it in, just enough to pick up the kill. Idol basically saving that play.
Yeah, I know, Idol just knows the limits very well. Like, that was a nuts find. Now 3-1 on the Ezreal. is farming pretty decently as well, despite what kind of happened in their early game.
I
So
also got a shutdown earlier on Kitso, so
yeah,
that's a
yeah, that
huge
is
gold
true.
spike.
Yeah, that is
We should
true.
probably
Like,
check the items as well here, and we can see Trinity Force is complete.
yeah, Triforce working on the Muramana purchase. Still not having this tier fully stacked just yet, but still a little too early to be considering that one. But yeah, a lot of like gold back in the Ezreal's pocket is actually a very good thing for UI. I'm glad you pointed that out with the shutdown. As Lucian working towards the Infinity Edge, has the Essence Reaver already, but yeah, so far, if Gravity can keep, fumbling those plays like that, there is a world where UI can start getting back into the game, and their comp is really good at getting back in the game as well, right? If you misstep, you get blitz hooked. You're just gonna die outside of the Poppy, probably, but, anyone else gets hooked, they probably are just gonna die, especially with how much damage this Ezreal is gonna be doing in about, like, 3 to 4 more minutes. They're just gonna pop off of a blitz hook.
Oh, the charm's going to go wide. Kitsuo, though. Again, playing extremely aggressively. And I would say a bit disconnected from mid lane in that play. Going to go to Dragon. Meanwhile, Sagiwabe in the mid lane trying to get the turret solo. Might get punished here. Going to dash. Another knockup. Wind becomes lightning into the ultimate. The Crescent Strike isn't going to finish off Sagiwabe. But that is defensives being blown here. They do end up getting the Dragon, but they're going to lose the top side of the map.
Yeah, so they do hold on to their mid tower, and they do force some like this flash away from the Lucian, which is
Oh,
very,
Bob?
very important. Annie, nice sidestep.
Oh, but that was a dodge.
That sidestep was nuts. Absolutely, just such a crazy sidestep. But yeah, honestly, Sagiwabe, no flash now, and needs to be a lot more mindful. Kind of feels to me in this early game that Gravity is kind of letting their guard slip a little bit. They're making kind of uncharacteristic mistakes. Like Sagiwabe just should know that he can't really play aggressive, as we actually see the Herald usage in the bot lane. Alarm actually gets hooked up.
Yeah, going to be hooked up with some charms in CC. Oh, Kitso sending the Rift back around, and with the emergence of Robbie Bob, they are going to cut the playoff right there. But that's another set of turrets going down. Mid lane, I think, is going to drop here, very likely. Sagiwabi does get that. And now they're going to have to get out of this bit of a catch. And it looks like they're going to be able to do so quite easily. So, full map control, turret dominance going over to the side of Gravity. They have the Grubs, they got the Rift Herald, making defense for this mid lane here. So, it looks like they are in a great position.
Oh, nice hook, though.
Right into the Blitzcrank hook. And that is going to be a deleted Sagiwabe. Good prediction, honestly, from Wanna See a Trick. I think the hook so far hasn't landed all of them, but like all the hooks have been good.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you. I think, obviously kind of hard when your top side is like losing this hard to like really show off like the Blitzcrank skills, but Want to See a Trick is showing us quite a bit of tricks here. Putting on a lot of pressure onto the cores of Gravity, where Sagiwabe forced to blow Flash, a couple minutes earlier. And he pays the price there, gets hit by a Blitzcrank hook, and just dies. Now you actually see here the Manamune purchase already completed for the Ezreal. That'll be finished stacking here soon. Obviously, Lucian also just picked up the IE, so has that going. But yeah, again, I think Gravity... Oh, really nice hook again.
Oh, gonna pop the ultimate a bit early here. Kitso's going all in. Robbie Bob was kind of dancing back and forth. Now gonna flash the Hextech going onto Kitso. I think that might have been a misclick. Somehow that happened. Sagiwabe in the front line. Alkaline there providing the shields and heals. Want to See a Trick getting run down by the troll with the toll. And it looks like that is another win for Gravity, as they're going to go ahead, back it up. And it looks like Otcon might be on the dinner plate.
Yeah, I mean, it's a well-earned...
Oh, Allura! Wait, hold up. Allura picking up more kills. Just going to do classic 1v2. Robbie getting the kill with the flash Q from Allura there. Get the damage. And yeah, this one is looking really good for the side of Gravity.
Yeah, I mean, Trundle now soloing the Atacon while they're taking the tier 3, so... Inhibitor will fall down.
This is definitely doing a lot with one team fight win here. but I don't think they're going to be able to get punished on the side of UI. So I think Gravity, a bit greedy, doing a lot of things at once, but it's going to be worth it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the name of the game for them has been greed, right? Like Kitsuo kind of getting caught out a little bit in the jungle for greedy plays, but there the greed pays off, and they find a lot of objectives. Pretty sure they also knock down the mid T2 as well at the back of that, so they get the top T3, the mid tier 2, and also the Atacon, and a team fight win. That's what I want to see more of out of Gravity, I think. Again, kind of got a little too relaxed. But they are pulling it back together, again, really starting to play a lot more cleanly now as we're getting into the later portions of the game. But that mid game, kind of felt a little too relaxed from Gravity, started making some mistakes they otherwise probably didn't need to. But now they're able to happily gold check their opponents as they're happily up 10k gold at 22 minutes here. Honestly, this Trundle kind of been a menace on towers. Will just kind of show up in a lane and bonk towers. We've seen that multiple times this game. I'm pretty sure the Trundle's been a part of most tower kills so far.
That's what Trundle does. Gank, get turret plates. Gank, get turret kill as well. Gonna steal away the red buff here. Huge buff for the team. Looks like it's on a little lookout for more picks. Want to see Trick is out of position here. The pillar gonna block the exit. Do they have enough damage? Want to see Trick dropping super low. Passive not going to be able to save the day. Robbie Bob is here. So far, no damage coming out from UI. Lorm on the side, checking them as well. Not just going to be one team fight. No resistance.
I mean, they could look to end here. They kind of only need to kill one more person, in my opinion, and they can definitely get it done. They are playing around with the idea. Robbie wrapping on the backside, actually.
Idle playing aggressively, trying to get some space for the team. Flashing the stun from Pride here. Heal it up, trying to knock these waves down, but they just keep coming. They're going to back out here. Free Dragon on the exit, and probably the push for the win on their next play on the side of Gravity.
Yeah, well, this will be their sole point here, so they are going to be able to pick that one up. Baron's still not in the cards for a minute 20, so we'll have to see how they choose to fight over, I guess, like force a fight to try and force an end. They might just try to play it safe and wait for the Baron. I don't necessarily think that's a wrong thing as replay coming in here. It starts off with want to see a Trick getting caught out here, and look at this Trundle. Takes no damage. Just look at this. Literally takes no damage. Dodges the ult, and he's just beating up on Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao's doing no damage. Just crazy goal checking here, basically. Just Trundle kind of just completely unanswered this game.
All right, hear me out. Hear me out. Ready? Crazy idea. Dead Man's Plate on Annie.
Yo, I wouldn't be pressed about it. I don't even think it's that bad. Like you get the move speed.
HP versus Ari, movement speed.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
They
You're never.
I
gonna
mean,
make
I
use of
bet
the auto
any
passes.
movement speed item would have sufficed, but I mean, the Dead Man's Plate came to mind first.
Yeah. I like honestly. Yeah, I think they are just going to play it safe and just take the Baron here. I think that's the smartest choice.
I would say I think the smartest choice is actually to not take Baron.
I mean, they were baiting there, right, to see, but they are going to pull it up now. They are picking on the way, so UI potentially looking for a steal. I don't see a world in which
They should
they're
just
gonna
look for a
steal here.
fight as soon as they possibly can. Robbie Bob getting chunked though. The Ezreal damage coming through. Don't let this be a smite fight. No reason for that. Kitsuo just going to go straight in. Going to tank the Baron, take the Xin, heal it up on the backside. They're going to get the kill with a Lorem, and now this is just going to be a free Baron. Can't get the Baron without a jungler. And that is going to be a free smite up. Plus the zone from Sage Wave. The culling just creating so much room here. Lorem has a nice angle. Is going to find the entrance. Using the charge and the Q, going to pick up a kill on as well. Kitsuo somehow gets the kill on Ari. Don't know how that happened, as this game is over.
Yep, I'm willing to say that with you as well. It would take a literal miracle for the game to not be over. So, but yeah, honestly, really well played by Gravity. I have honestly no complaints. That really, what really got them going was that early game. Like invade, right? It set Zen back a lot, got the Trundle ahead.
Messing with
As
Idol.
they're just playing around in the top side, as they are. I mean, people are respawning here. They do finally kill the Ezreal, and the Nexus is also going to explode. Game 1 is going to go to Gravity off of a phenomenal early game showcase by Kitsuo and Robbie. Like, Robbie too just played the early game so incredibly well into the Ahri. Obviously died to that one gank after the fact, but it didn't matter because the Trundle got so far ahead off of that early 2v2 that, yeah, this mid-jungle duo is formidable and you need to respect them.
Yeah, so I think the first mistake that UI made was blind picking Camille B1. It just was all downhill from there. But honestly, really good draft response from Gravity as well as in the game. Kitsuo getting a nice early lead, really utilizing the Trundle. You could see there's some upward spikes towards the red team on the gold graph, and yes, I think Gravity needs to clean that up. No reason to be doing mistakes like that in a game like this. Basically was handed to them on a platter. Could have been a super clean game. So they were punished a little bit. So I think that for the future games, we really want to see a super clean finish.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think also, like, the farther you get into the bracket, the harder the games are going to be. So in a world in which you're playing it like against a difficult, a more like challenging team, if you start making mistakes like that, that is ways back in for that team, right? You had such a phenomenal early game, but if you start making lazy mistakes or just, you start making like some greedy plays, you're gonna get punished for it. Kitsuo, obviously, one of the biggest culprits this game of kind of getting caught off guard, getting very greedy in their jungle and getting caught out. Again, they had so much gold it didn't matter, but when it does come down to it, you got to clean it up.
Yeah, gonna press it just a little bit. Like you're on a Trundle, you're not like a Lee Sin or a Elise, something that can really hop over the walls as an easy exit here. And they gave those kills to Idol, one of the best players on UI. So with that being the game, we are gonna go ahead, send it to a quick break, get set up for game number 2, and see if UI can strike back or if Gravity's gonna get the very important big 4-0 for this day.
see you looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. One time from side to side.
All right, we are back with the second game and the fourth game of the day. Aussie, game one, Gravity gets a dominant win. Break it down for us, and what do you want to see for this next upcoming game?
You know, I think Gravity showcasing really strong synergy between Kitsubo and Robbie, also Sagawabe and Alcalamity. Having complete total dominance in that early game. Obviously, it is Lucian into like an Ezreal lane, so kind of expected, but that's kind of what kicked it all off, right? They find Ice Diet Coke in the jungle on the Zenzao, completely caught unaware, and does go down early. And also, we saw like a failed gank attempt by Ice Diet Coke that was matched by Kitsuo in mid lane that got this Trundle in this early game 4-1 start. So I would really like to see UI kind of like dial it back in a little bit, play a bit more safely, you know, and just really, really, really focus on having good macro and playing around like potential invades, right? Like you have the Zen and a Trundle matchup. Like the Trundle is going to invade you. There's like you have a losing bot lane in priority. Like their bot lane's going to be able to rotate. So maybe even in a world you should have just maybe started bots. Like maybe that's an answer of like, hey, maybe you should start bot lane instead, so you don't potentially get what's the term here? I think like I think maybe you just don't need to worry about pathing towards the right lane, and more so making sure when you're in this bad of a matchup, you just don't get invaded.
I think they lose on every side. I
Yeah, I
think
mean,
Poppy wins
unfortunately,
early.
it's true.
I think Poppy wins early too. So,
I mean,
you know,
unfortunately, it's true, but yeah.
I do think that Lucian Milio definitely win harder. It's a lot more dominant of an early lane. So that is going to be true. But so far, we've had 3 games of Gravity, soon to be our 4th game here. So let's see if they can close it out with a 4-0 day, or is UI going to actually make this a 1-1 series?
Yeah, so far, Olaf, Gravity really don't want to play against this Olaf, so wonder if there's a reason why. Obviously, I do think Olaf is kind of hard to play against in certain drafts, so maybe they're looking at potentially here drafting in a way that Olaf kind of gets on their nerves, as Jace also going to be banned away. So far, everything looking like in game 1 draft. So far.
Well, Gravity's on blue side this time, so they're
Yeah,
gonna
that is
blind
true.
pick.
Yeah, but bans are staying the same so far across the board. Obviously
They're gonna
some
leave
position changes, but
They're
yeah,
gonna leave ours open for sure.
yeah.
There you go. So
Yeah, there you go.
Karma ban as well. So no easy support win for the bot lane. So now they get either it gets banned or they pick it.
Yeah, I think Varus ban. Yeah, I was about to say I would like UI to just ban away the Varus. Sage already showing off an incredible Varus game so far in the day, so I definitely wouldn't want to play against it. But it will be the Jhin lock-in here on B1 for Sage, so gonna be in a bit more of a supportive role in this draft, as it appears as MF actually going to be locked in here for UI. I'm hit or miss with MF. People who know me know I have mixed feelings about the MF. J4, sorry, gonna be the lock-in here for UI. Pairs well with the MF, so not gonna complain too much about it. Poppy also off the board, so it's not like you can get countered by that. But yeah, MF hit or miss champion here for me. Already seen Kitsuo on Lee Sin to mention that, so look for
Into the
formidable
J4
on
matchup
it.
as well. So
Yeah.
we'll see. Ice Diet Coke versus Grapes against Kitsuo. Match their performance up here. Victor into the J4 MF. Interesting pick. I'm not sure if I would do this personally, but it looks like Gravity are gonna go for it.
Yeah, personally, I don't know if I'd go for it. As yeah, so something I was gonna mention. I think Silas is in a really good spot right now. But more importantly, as of recent, Silas has kind of been the slam into Victor professionally. Has a really good matchup into the Victor. Now, so far, Gravity doesn't really have great ultimates for Silas to utilize. Like, it's really only Chaos Storm, and I guess if you're going to do some, like, crazy Silas Insect potential, like, that's there, but realistically, it's only going to be Chaos Storm here, as bans here. Braum and Renekton means potentially a Leona lock-in here from the side of
Gwen.
UI.
So Gwen takeout makes a lot of sense. I don't know if they're going to go with Mbessa. I personally wouldn't here, but we'll see what they pick up on the side of UI.
Yeah, I mean, Gravity's also been banning. It's actually going to be the Rakan, so want to see a trick. Obviously, I think I want to see a trick actually had a pretty decent game last game, just kind of unfortunate that the game kind of just evolved before the Blitzcrank could really have any impact, which is kind of just the downside of Blitzcrank. You know, if the entire enemy team is ahead, you're kind of just not really a champion. Sion, gotta be locked in here though. Sion has looked really, really good recently. Is Leona gonna be picked up here by Gravity? Really, really good into the MF, which is why I was kind of shocked that UI didn't pick it. It takes it away from the MF. It also pairs well with the MF. Especially something with like J4, but this Fiora lock-in, for me, the eyes is gonna be in the top side. I'd really like to see Pride have a better better showcase than, you know, they did in the first game. And you are in a matchup in which Fiora can win quite hard if you play it well, with it being that Sion matchup. As we are going to get loaded up onto the Rift here. I think, you know, I'll say it again, I think potentially here, I think Gravity might have draft capped once again. I think it's going to be really hard for this MF to actually get value.
It does depend if they are the one engaging first. If they get a good Cataclysm, I think that they can potentially get enough damage down on the team onto Gravity before they potentially get turned around on. As heal it up on the Silas. Taking a small trade. But yeah, I think Gravity, Alorum playing a tank, playing that side on the top side here. Should be fine in lane phase, but once that side lane strength kicks in, might be a bit of trouble for the side of Gravity on those side lanes. I mean, Silas, Fiora, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, also, like, the biggest thing for me is if this Fiora does get ahead, I don't think there's a world Sion could ever match her, which means you're forcing the Victor to match her. And that's kind of worst case scenario for you. Because Sion's really going to struggle against Silas, right? Like, he's really not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, this is basically a full team fight comp from the side of Gravity here. We'll see if they can pull it together. Rubber Bob using the range. Grasp is just so good in the first few levels of the game. It's just still, even nerf after nerf, it's still taking over the game.
Really nice trade here from Heal It Up, actually, though. Obviously going to take a
close.
bit more damage, but that is to be expected. We'll equalize here as health pots are popped. But yeah, as you're talking about Grasp, really impressive on these range champs in the early game and melee matchups. And actually, level 2 advantage now. Heal It Up, going to get a nice W. But yeah, honestly, I'm really curious to see if this Grasp actually makes a difference for the Victor. Yeah, really solid damage, actually. Robbie getting a fantastic trade pattern in this mid lane setup. Not taking too much damage, so that's really nice. Parry going to be used early here by Nagi, but yeah, overall, so far, both of these both of these teams, I think this game definitely they kind of need to like make sure they make no mistakes because the game can completely like tear open on either side off of like one like minimal mistake, especially for Gravity in the side lanes, right? Like if Sion dies at a bad time, that's a tower and a half gone.
Looks like they were setting up a bit of a play, but Nagi's able to dodge here. Wait, going back. Q forcing the flash, gonna dodge away from the Lee Sin. And that is going to be Summoner blown up here in this 1v1. So Lorem, nice little advantage. Probably can start to hang in lane. As we'll see where the rest of the map goes.
Really interesting pathing from Kitspo there to like, skip blue and Gromp for that gank. So very big fan of the pathing so far. Coming out from Kitspo, Nagi needs to be careful.
Full charge of blast. Plus the shield, plus the autos here. Nagi's taking a beating, but Alarm is out of mana. Classic story. 1v1 in lane phase told yet again. But yeah, Ice Diet Coke getting ahead on the J4 because of the gank. Not something you typically see. Looks like gonna also go back for a Grubs camp here. Are we, Bob? It looks like they're gonna use a Recon roam up to make sure this wave gets in. Probably Bob can't hold it, freeze the wave or anything like that. Okay, try to do his best to stall it though.
I mean, yeah, Victor W is actually really good for freezing the lane. I don't think he's going to be able to fully freeze it, but still going to be answered towards his side there. But yeah, this top lane matchup, like I said, that's kind of where I want to be looking at, right? Like if this Fiora is able to have a nice lane and get out into the side laning portion, there's a world where UI can just completely out macro Gravity as a huge engage here.
Ooh, flash wave from Saiwabe has the final shot! First blood being picked up for the 80 carry of Gravity. Want to see Trick was caught moving forward instead of running away. Gonna give over a second kill. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Robbie Bob and Heal It Up duking it out again. And it looks like this play is going to fizzle out as Gravity picking up a nice early win. Meanwhile, topside Lorem, that whole time, did get felled by the side of UI, ganking in that top side.
Yeah, I mean, both this bot lane from UI, both have flash ups still, so... try to go a little bit too hard there. Gen Force Shot is more than enough damage. MF falls very quickly there. Also, interestingly enough, the J4 did pick up the kill onto the Scion, which is not necessarily what you want to see, ideally, because, you want Fiora to have that kill, but could be worse, Definitely don't want to say it's too bad. So they do find a nice counter or cross-map play here. Onto the Scion to get the Fiora into a bit of a lead. Very minimal at the moment, but it's better than 0, as Drake has spawned in. This J4 is kind of around this area. Seems like they're going to try for this Drake this early, which seems like there's going to be no response from Gravity, at least at the moment. Mid-gank, potentially, as they are going to get pincered here, though.
Now, Dragon is dropping 1k 900. Ice Diet Coke is going to get it. Flash in for Kitso, not going to lead with the smite. Now we have a full-on brawl. We have the recon, the entrance. Ice Diet Coke, they're trying to kill Sakewabe. Are they going to be able to? They're going to get a kill first on the side of Gravity. Heal it up. Full-on skirmish. Robbie Bob's still alive. All Calamity still alive. And maybe this is all they need. Stun combo for Robbie Bob. Flash away from the recon grand entrance. Gonna seal the deal. Gravity picking up a win in an early skirmish.
Yeah, so Robbie on this Victor now has a lot of stacks to his passive, thanks to that play. 3 kills on this Victor. And yeah, UI get pincered there. I'll be honest, it looked way worse than it actually ended up being for them. Obviously, Victor picking up 3 kills is not the best, but I honestly thought they were going to lose the Drake, and then obviously hard lose the team fight because they were pincered, but they were able to fight back some here as we're getting the replay. Yeah, look at this. this pincer maneuver here, and they're going to find the Drake, but Idol actually playing this really, really well. Kind of target selection a little bit off here from Gravity. Nice flash away as well, but... And they have just barely enough damage to make it positive, but then they overgo to try and kill Robbie here when they could have maybe just potentially played on Al Calamity or just walked it off. But it will net Robbie a very solid lead now on this Victor, who is playing Grasp, so definitely going to be looking to scale.
Oh, okay. That was a bit of a Hail Mary throw from Quitso there with the Q. But they are going to pick up Diet Coke, and that one looked just way too easy. Lee Sin and the Cyan, plenty enough damage.
Yeah, opts to use the Cataclysm there. As
wait a minute.
You know, gotta be careful here. Nice
The
slow,
went
actually.
through Alorum. Going to be forcing out the flash yet again. Nagi cannot keep this Summoner spell as it's going to be sent to the Shadow Realm yet again.
Yeah, I kind of feel kind of sad for this Fiora going to be losing this wave as well. They will lose the Grubs, which means their side laning is not going to be as strong. And UI, once again, falling behind quickly in this early game as we're staring down the barrel of 2k gold almost, especially will be 2k after this Grubs pickup. They need to find a way in this mid game to bounce back and not bleed any more gold.
That would be the dream, as it looks like here. Robbie Bob still not on first item completion, so there is hope. There is still hope, as that time bomb is still ticking here. Not really much of a play after Grubs, so what do we want to see on the map here, Aussie?
I would really like for Gravity to start really, really locking in and maybe trying to kill this MF again. No flash available, as Heal It Up actually going to go in. Curtain Call used, though.
Oh, the stun! The stun! The perfectly placed Gravity well. Going to get that. And that is just another layup for Sagewawi to pick up the kill there. Bounty on both of them. Carries in perfect position. And now Alorum, the menace in the top lane. Nagi going to be using the points to try to heal up. Does get the ultimate off, but it's just going to get kicked out of the healing zone for Kitso. And that's going to be a nice and easy kill. Gravity picking up another one. Sagewawi did miss the snare. But no matter. Still winning the lane quite heavily here as Gravity 9-3.
Yeah, you know, as I was saying, you know, I would have liked to see them try to pick off the MF, but I guess they don't need to when Jin is going to go walk down mid and gank with Curtain Call. Find a kill on Heal It Up. You know, gets another kill in Sage's pocket. And also finding that top play, so kind of just breaking open the map by force, by forcing plays basically anywhere they want right now. And UI have nothing to answer for it. It's not like they found anything in the bot side when that mid and top play happened. So UI struggling to get anything going so far in the series realistically. As 3k gold now at 11 minutes is going to be the lead for Gravity. They need to find an answer soon or this Victor is probably going to get out of control.
Okay, we have a Calamity shadowing Robbie Bob in this mid lane here. Heal It Up, trying to get the minions, looking for a bit of an engage, and now they're going to want to see a trick to follow up. Do they have the full kill combo with the Catalyst? They do. Leona just going to ult straight into the middle, and look at that ultimate from Idol. Damage is coming through. Kitso super low. A Calamity is also dropping, and this is going to be the first big win to the side of UI, and they do it excellently timed. Dragon coming right up, catching Gravity off guard.
Hey, I said they needed to find something soon, and found something soon. They did. They will be able to pick up this Drake, which will put them on 2 dragons. So still on a nice fast track soul potential here. Curious to see what the soul is going to be. Honestly, I'll take a guess. I think it's going to be Kim Tech. That will be my guess. Do you have a guess?
Yeah, my guess is wind.
Oh man, all right, I asked too late. But yeah, honestly, this Cloud Soul would be very beneficial for their team because they really want to find these like really snap engages to like pair off of like the J4 and the MF ult. So if they can land themselves the Cloud Soul, there is a lot of potential for them to bounce back. But here we see another gank being laid out on the top side.
All right.
Nice
Get a bit
kick.
of an insect here, but Alorum just wasn't really ready for it. Get the knockup. Wasn't used parry to block. Oh, there it is. The damage onto the Q. Resonating Strike is not going to be the one to knock down Nagi in this one, as they're dancing around in that lane still. Okay, not much of a play, but not much pressure on Gravity to make a play up there.
Yeah, I mean they definitely know that Fiora is a potential pain point for them, so Kitsuo using a lot of time to really focus on mitigating any lead Fiora could potentially gain. As gonna look for an invade here on the Raptors on this top side. Should be able to net this one pretty quickly, as J4 is going to be heading to the Krugs first. Could potentially also gank mid here. Doesn't have the kick available, but is possible. Silas does have health.
Alorum ulted back to lane. Scion Tech. As it looks like, yeah, heal up getting quite low. Plate going to be going over to Nagi, but half HP. Wait a minute. Alorum says, I'll take that. Has the Thornmail to reduce healing as well. Sorry, not Thornmail, but has the healing reduction nonetheless. Oh, the slow coming through. The dash. Barely in time for Nagi to dodge. As the axe did drop. Looks like we have a bit of action coming down bot side here now. Alorum in this 1v1, very important, but also on the bot side. Here it is, the tower going down. Sage Wabe doesn't have the last shot to finish it off, but the minions are going to help with that. And boom, that is the first turret. Want to see a trick. Going to get engaged on all three. The ultimate, all Calamity. Half HP, but it's just short-lived. Not enough range, not enough time. Looks like Want to see Trick's going to drop low, but it isn't going to be enough for the kill. Sage Wabe just going to leave out Calamity with a tear in their eye. As Robbie Bob's going to come and help clear the waves here. They're not going to be able to get much after that. But again, this is a small win for UI.
Hey, I mean, they'll take any small win you can get when you're behind. And yeah, really, really crazy read from Wanna See a Trick. I thought he might have maybe just ulted a little too soon, but does find it in the end with the grand entrance there and the quickness. Really well played from Wanna See a Trick. Really been a highlight for UI overall so far in this series for me. But yeah, they find another crucial win. They do lose their bot T1, but you'll take some kills back in your pocket for that T1 as Herald now gonna be spawned up and ripe for the taking, as it's already gonna be started up here by Gravity. So potentially find some off-tempo here from UI, or maybe some UI not necessarily prioritizing the Herald here, which is viable, as they are looking to make a bot play, so... But Robbie, I think, smells this one, and is already back under his tier 2, so should be okay.
Yeah, a lot of damage going to be going down on this turret, but Riftchild being picked up in trade, so that's another +1 for Gravity here, who have been playing so dominant on this top side, even with Alorum on a tank here, consistently getting those objectives.
Yeah, like Lee Sin, you know, really, really solid at securing objectives as well. So they do find these topside objectives. They got the Grubs and the Herald. Curious to see the Herald usage. Might potentially look to get this mid lane tower, but there is kind of a potential collapse here on the Jhin under this mid tower if they want to take it. I think it's a little too risky, so they are going to back it off. Yeah, honestly, I think UI have done a phenomenal job in this game from slowing the bleeding compared to game 1. But I really need to see them have like this breakout play where they're actually getting a large portion of the map control back. And that's something we haven't seen so far in this match, despite them getting wins, right? Like they've netted 2 Drakes, but in terms of map control, right? They have almost none.
So that's going to be an important factor in this coming up objective here, because this is going to be 3rd Drake for UI if they do end up getting it here. And it looks like both teams are playing for this dragon, of course. Agiwabe holding in the mid lane just for a moment. Who do you think has the advantage as of right now?
I mean, I will say UI has the angle here. They're already on the
Wait a minute,
Drake.
Alarm can't make it.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a free Drake on potential steal, maybe? As he is going to go in, Kitsuo,
A little
using the
early.
safeguard away, is going to just give it up. Yeah, I mean, kind of a little fumble here. That is sole point now for UI. They might lose their top T2 for it, but I don't think it's that important, as no teleports up to stop the top lane push. Honestly, that's a good win from UI. You know, a really solid macro choice. They do need to be careful about not getting collapsed on mid here, though.
Okay, here's the Rift Herald coming in. Gonna knock this turret down. And looks like they might be doubling up. Looks like that's going to be a play. Insect going to also follow. Sagiwabe isn't able to get down the damage, and that's going to be a kill. Bit of an overstep. Cataclysm right onto the back line. Flashed out. And we have a full out rumble. As we have now Heal It Up. Finding that engage angle on the side. Sagiwabe goes down, and now this is just going to be a full steamroll here. Can they keep it going? Out Calamity still is alive. Want to see Trick trying to get enough CC down, but there's just not enough damage to follow in tow. And so, yeah, they get the Rift Herald, they get the crash into the turret, but they're giving up kills.
Yeah, they give up kills for a mid T1. It is a mid T1 at 19 minutes, so it does net them some more room to play around with. But I don't really think it's that worth it, in my opinion. I think UI kind of gets a win here. But as I was just talking about, UI keeps finding wins, and then they don't get anything out of them, which is kind of a problem, because they do need to eventually knock down a tower to win the game, so they kind of need to fight for some of this map control a little bit harder, especially now where the gold is almost even at, 1k, 1.5k here, which really is not that much. Kind of just CS differential here. You can actually see Robbie up quite a bit of CS, and obviously Alorum, thanks to not having TP for that Drake, went up a lot of CS. So that's basically all just CS gold coming in for Gravity. But I really want to see UI try to fight back and get some map control and stop letting Gravity be in the driver's seat.
Well, we'll see in about 2 minutes, 30 seconds here. UI could potentially decide not to get the dragon, trade it for something else on the map. They desperately need gold. And, potentially could be sending over an early Elder for your enemy. Not something you want to be doing here with this lack of control that you're talking about. So a good trade is in order for UI. I think they should try to trade on the map. We'll see what they're going to do. 2 minutes in, and it looks like they are already on the top side.
I mean, I wouldn't even be mad if they just, overforced a lane to get a tower, right? They're looking to play for this top side, right? They could potentially find Robbie. They are missing pinging, spam pinging the, dry bush here, so... did respect it a little bit. And, again, UI, not really going to find anything just yet. Sage does make it back to tower just in time. Leona ultimate going to be stealed away here for the Silas to use. But still, again, they're not finding any real control on the map here. Still really struggling. As Heal It Up's going to now need to find this top wave. And does get caught off. They are going to look for a pick here on the top side, though.
Okay, they're going to go ahead, send the engage flash from Robbie Bob. Charm eventually does land, but Heal It Up, half HP. Just no one in damage while the CC is going down. So they do get the flash from Robbie Bob, which is going to be very important for a team fight if it is within that timer.
Yeah, it's a fine play because you get the flash, but they are looking again, actually. The flash from Wanna See a Trick actually comes out.
All right, that's going to be there. Yeah, we did miss that a little bit here, but Gravity somehow picking up the kills. Hopefully replay will clear the air on that one, as we did see Sagiwabe walk over in the jungle, land a nice little snare for the assist, and that was all was necessary from this Jin.
Yeah, they're just trying to go a little too hard, not really having the damage there. They find this damage, but look at this Gravity.
Oh, the Leona double stun. Unfortunately, well, that was the game changer there for All Calamity, picking up the kill Robbie Bob trying to avoid Ice Died Coke plus the TP from Nagi. TPing out. Cataclysm doesn't CC, but there's enough damage. And that is Robbie Bob dying 4 seconds away from the dragon, but their team's not really in position to take it. Meanwhile, Otacon's up. They're going to go for that one. Definitely will take that right now.
Okay, so something we got to talk about. So Atacon for this Drake is very worthwhile because it's going to allow them to kind of chain off of those kills. So when we see like some of these messier fights where they kind of had that like the mid play, they were struggling to really catch up with the rest of the team. But with this Atacon, it'll allow them to catch up a little bit easier. Now I would like to see them take a tower. That is my wish list for UI, is to take a tower off of this play. You already lost the Drake. Fiora is pinging on the way to the top tower, so they will potentially knock down this T1. There is no teleport available for Robbie, and Alorum seems content to stay in this bot side, so I would imagine this T1 is about to die to Fiora, as it will be their first turret of the game, so they do net themselves a turret. I'm not sure if it's going to be too little too late, however, as, again, still UI having some of these shakier moments where they kind of overcommit, because Gravity is playing really, really well around their, like, map control. Robbie kind of baited them in to go in with no flash there on the top side. Knew his teammates were hanging around to help him out, and they picked up a beautiful double kill on the top side, so... Yeah, honestly, this game is kind of dead even though the goal doesn't really state it. Until you look at map control, and then you're like, well, Gravity is really far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they have the lanes all pushed up. They've kind of been the ones making plays and also getting caught, but making the plays as well. So you are kind of just playing reactively here, which is something you've been noting. Robbie Bob, again, on this top side, just really wants to get these waves in. We'll see if they start getting jungle control here. And that's when they could really take over the game, potentially get a Baron.
Yeah, Baron, really great at taking over games. We've seen it time and time again, ever since League's been around. So, but I really want to point out, I want to give props to Kitsuo actually kind of hanging around the Victor. Victor is flashless, so really kind of just covering any potential play on the Victor, making him feel safe on the wave. It's been doing wonders. Also, Silas not really that far ahead, so this Scion literally does not care about him, as you can see here.
Oh, look at that damage there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Silas is not winning that one.
Yeah,
Doesn't
Silas,
really have any percent health damage anywhere. So, yeah, Sion's just free hidden.
yeah, Silas runs out of mana before you can kill the Scion, I fear. But they are going to put the Fiora
No
back
MR, though.
into it. Yeah, I mean, that is true. No MR, but the Fiora is finally going to come back in to the Scion. That's kind of been something that's been going on, is the Scion's been kind of avoiding the Fiora when it can. Which I agree with. I think that's a smart choice. But Baron, only objective to play for right now for at least another minute and 50, so Heal It Up actually potentially going to get caught here.
Oh, wait, doesn't get the Sonic Strike, but is not necessary. Sonic will be there. Hits the snare regardless. That's a kill onto the Silas. Now, the jungler is still up. Ice Diet Coke is here. Has Flash, has Smite. So this is probably a bait. We'll see how they play it out.
Yeah, I mean, no kick, which means technically can't keep the J4 out of the pit here. Flag going to be used to see the HP. IMO, I don't think there's a world you can contest this UI. You just don't have the individuals around to really contest this. You don't really have the vision, so they are going to give this one away. It's going to be Baron to Gravity off of a really solid find on Heal It Up. Heal It Up caught off in a very peculiar spot in that top tri-bush there. And Gravity net themselves the purple buff. And purple is the color of royalty, and so far they're kind of the royalty on the Rift.
Yeah, on this game, that is for sure. As they've been domineering, conquering so far. Now, they are behind in Dragons, 30 seconds. They do have the option of picking up this one. or they could just go ahead, play Baron, play the turrets. I mean, lots more money, lots of gold to take for their conquest.
Yeah, Drake's gonna be spawning here in 20 seconds, so if your UI with just how little map control you had, I wouldn't even be mad if they just decided to full send it for this Drake fight and just pray.
I think they're
Obviously,
full
that
sending Silas topside. So I think they're
yeah,
giving
I
up
think
there.
so too. But they are actually gonna engage here. Use the Scion ult a little early. They are gonna get this bot T2 at the very least. Could potentially threaten more. Silas is still splitting in this top side. There's 5 people bot lane. No one is here to defend. You have no wave clears, so they are going to at least sacrifice their tier 3 inhib, or tier 3 and inhib in the spot lane. As finally some backs are coming through. But they
They
are
could have
going to be
kept
able
going, I think. I think they could have just forced the front to
Yeah.
back team fight right there.
I mean, they definitely could have. They saw Silas really overstaying in topside there, but they are going to bait this.
Oh, the bait.
Really solid trap.
Oh,
Oh, want to see a
Trick didn't fall
trick.
for it.
Really well played. Really well played to avoid getting picked out there.
Want to see a trap does
Yeah.
dodge that one.
Yeah, want to see a trap. Saw a trap right there and narrowly avoided it, but
There,
avoided it
that
nonetheless.
phrase has a double meaning that I did not intend, but as we have here, so with that bot pressure coming in, Fiora is the one on that bot lane for now. As we have a bit of a catch, there it is, the insect as well as the snare. Heal it up is super low, gonna flash out. All Calamity just tanking it up. Ultimate can be sent back from, as well as a knockup, and the Cataclysm hasn't been used yet. Very, very powerful ability into Sage Wabe and Robbie Bob. There it is, locking him up, but it is a low health bar, as from downtown, Alorum strikes true and gets the kill. Tank has arrived, carries are here, nice and safe behind their Scion, and they're just going to keep pushing up mid lane.
Yeah, honestly, it's looking a little too poor for UI here, as I don't know if they have enough gold to deal with the Scion. Idle having no ultimate available here. They are going to turn it back around, though. Heal it up.
Dodging straight through that Scion. Heal up is quite low. Alarm's still alive. Gonna flash out. Sagiwabe gonna flash up as well. Play be a little tricky. Nagi has a potential to get very important kills right here. As Alarm, where did that heal come from? Absolute massive amount of HP coming back. Unfortunately for Nagi, did not get that kill. As Robbie Bob and Sagiwabe are able to get away.
Yeah, unfortunately, just again kind of showcasing the main struggle UI's had in this game, and it's just been kind of lack of map control. They were kind of just spread out all over the place, and then they had an excellent potential to get something back. And then they part ways with their Fiora to chase down the Scion to get the Scion kill. In my opinion, I think there's bigger fish to fry, like this 500 gold bounty sitting on this gen right now. But they choose to go for the Scion and leave Fiora to potentially clean it up, and Fiora struggles. Honestly, kind of looked like Roppy and Sage kind of just forced Nagi into choosing one or the other, and Nagi unfortunately chose the wrong one. As a gen, really fed right now. 5-2. Roppy on this Victor, 4-2. Had an excellent early game play, picking up a triple kill at that early Drake fight. As you can actually see here with gold, right? Up 2k gold on the Silas. The gen is funnily enough behind the MF here in gold, but that's just due to CS difference. But what really strikes me is Alorum's actually up in gold on the Scion by 1,000. Compared to this Fiora, as it looks like here, Gravity gonna set up another potential trap on this. They will see the resonating strike go out on this red buff. So no trap gonna be triggered just yet for Gravity.
Well, they really haven't capitalized off this inhib just yet here. Silas in the bot side, clearing these waves. Kind of just stuck on wave duty. TP on the top side. Looks like they might have found themselves a pick on the side of Gravity. Nagi trying to get out of here. Straight into Robbie Bob. Parry gonna last a couple seconds longer. But that is gonna be a kill picked up. Silas now backing. Heal It Up's gonna make an appearance. But they have already lost their top laner.
Yeah, another poorly timed death here for UI. Baron already respawned. They're also threatening this top T3. That's for sure gonna go down. Top inhib also being threatened here. Looks like UI are happy to let that one fall, as they are just looking to triple inhib here. Mid inhib in exposed here, as this could actually just be the end of the game if UI misstep.
This inhib spawns in existence to be taken out quite quickly. Insect coming in. Ice Diet Coke thrusted into Gravity's team here. Trade back kill as well. Sagewabe under threat, but is handling with the super speed. Is going to be able to get hit by the Silas. Heal it up here. I thought Sagewabe had the dodge, but it looks like that's not going to be the case. This Silas still going, but Robbie Bob is going to put the Kingslayer to rest, as we have Idol just going to get ticked down. The storm growing larger as well. Alorum does fall to the duelist, but Nagi cannot save this game. Just being a Fiora is not going to be possible here. Robbie Bob going to go ahead, hit up a turret, and I believe Gravity should be able to win this game.
Actually does make it back, so can potentially defend this. Robbie Bob actually in danger. Really nice parry. Does get shut down, and somehow, some way, UI hold on for another day in this match.
I will stand corrected. Nagi did in fact hold off for the game there. Robbie Bob got caught out. And this game continues. 34 minutes. Longest game of the day. Aussie.
Yeah, longest game. Glad to be here, of course. As this is going to be sole point now for Gravity, but I will say, I think UI, you're going to have to try and send it. 20 seconds on Robbie Bob with no teleport means this could potentially be a sole pickup for UI. Looks like Gravity are more than willing to coin flip this one, though. Curtain Call going to be used up early here. Going to be tanked as well. They are going to net themselves full, so there is some compensation for picking up Robbie Bob there late at the Nexus Tower. So, Baron,
they do have to worry about their base.
Yeah, that is true.
They did get the dragon. They do have to worry about their base. Looks like Heal It Up is cleaning up the waves. Baron is here, and this contest is going to be a lot harder for the side of UI.
Yeah, I mean UI. If I'm UI, I'm just clearing out the waves. Obviously, you defended against Baron not that long ago, so you might as well just give it again. You know, you have MF ult to clear the wave if you need to, but you really need to avoid getting picked, because if you get picked, the game is probably just over. So, can't afford a pick. Want to see a trick is looking for a potential flank angle here. Just going to grand entrance away, as is still on this angle. They don't know he's here. They will blue trinket him off now, so really solid blue trinket usage. You know, using the Scryer's Orb, but yeah, I want to see a trick. Going to be able to get out of here. Going to be the Solar Flare picked up for the Silas in this fight. It's going to come down to this. Kitsuo
are going to be using the ultimate to land it to the other team members. Daikoke drops instantly, and now it's just going to be on Nagi chasing out Sagewabe. Do they have enough mobility with the Cloud Drake? That is going to be a kill. Alorum is fending off the rest of the members. Meanwhile, Heal Up Ari's not going to be able to pick up the kill as well. Nagi still alive with the parry, surviving somehow, but that's 4 members of Gravity. Idol is kiting out Alorum for the moment. Do they have enough to mount a defense?
I mean, hey, this teleport coming in. They're in trouble. Nagi needs to be careful.
Another parry come through, and Robbie Bob says, nah, we win. And that's also going to be Idol, as this game is being cleaned up by the victor, as Gravity picking up a 4-0 on day 1.
Yeah, really solid showcase from Gravity there. That game was a lot closer though. Maybe a little scary for them moving forward into the bracket, but overall solid execution. Kitsabo finding an incredible 3-man kick there at the end. Seal the deal. And yeah, look at this Victor damage. Robbie, 50,000 damage.
Yeah.
Completely dwarfing anyone else in the game besides the Fiora. Just such a like, Robbie has just been playing so well today. And assuming Robbie can keep this, going forward, I wouldn't be too pressed to say he might be one of the best mid laners in this tournament. So people got to be on their toes.
Not a hot take there, Austin.
Hey, look.
As I believe that we are going to go ahead. All right, sorry to cut it short here, but we're going to go ahead, throw it to a short break. We have an interview with a victorious member from Gravity. So very quick break. Don't go anywhere. right, hello and welcome, Al Calamity, to the interview desk with me here, Crims. How do you feel about going 4-0 on day one?
Honestly, it feels pretty good. Um, this run feels a lot easier than the last OQ run that we had together. I feel like things are running a lot more smoothly too with the team, and like comms and everything are a lot more clear. Sage and I have had time to work, so we're able to be a strong bot lane, and we understand how to play weak side and how to play around our top side and our veterans.
That's good. You Sage looking great in the bot lane there, as well. So obviously, last OQ, your hopes were dashed. So you're feeling a lot better about this one. Any team in particular that you're looking forward to facing and taking out early?
At the moment, I'm not 100% sure on that question because I'm not really I don't have much knowledge on who we're going to be going against because there was that bracket reseed, and at first I was
Oh
excited
yeah.
to go against Citadel in the finals, but we got moved to the opposite side of the bracket now, so we won't be seeing them. I think Galaxy would be a fun one though. I think they're on our side of the roster.
Yeah, Galaxy are gonna be potentially you have to beat them at the end. So if you want to fight Galaxy, got to win all the way through. So far you had a bit of an easy run. Which one was easier, first team or the second team?
First team for sure, but I wanted to do the challenge. Either getting one game on Thresh and just like really looking nice on it because I love finding angles for that on comp play. But the other part of me also wanted to take the Ornn game one, but
Oh
I
yeah.
felt like it was a little ambitious if I pulled that one off.
Okay. How do you rate your performance in the second game or the second series so far? Obviously, you say you're feeling good, but how do you feel overall about your own individual play? Because you're kind of a rising support here in the OQs and just want to get your mental for the rest of the tournament.
Um, as for game one, like the second series in general, I feel like I played really well. Comms felt really good. Game one, a lot of it I was really confident about that we would win out. I just didn't expect the unexpected because I feel like I've been so used to scrimming and playing against the higher level teams where it's like their supports run on standard timers, right? But the Blitzcrank was like off map for like 3 minutes at a time, and it felt pretty tough for me. But I still think I played it pretty well. I kept comms clear and like calling off overplay or over tempo timers a lot is a big thing I have. I do think my macro has improved greatly too, and just being one of the voices in the game alongside Kitsuo, I'm learning a lot.
Mhm. Yeah, I think I
Game
know. Oh,
Oh, sorry about
keep going.
that. But
Keep going.
game two felt really good comms wise. Again, I was just a little bit cold though because of that long break, so I wasn't hitting as many Leona E's as I should be.
Well, you did hit the ones that mattered. And yeah, I mean, look, the timers, your overall team synergy, the timers are looking really good. Calamity. Before you go, I'm going to score you some brownie points. Shout someone out on your team. They're playing really well, or you're really confident in them, or they're a big inspiration for you. You know, pick anything.
I think it would have to be everybody, but primarily Sage. Like, of course, my vets, Kitsuo, Robbie, Bob, and Alorum, are like a big part of my growth, and my coach Colin, Fisher friends, who has been with me and grinding out the game with me. Like, we would put in 40 to 60 hours every week, and he would just be doing one-on-one coaching, and that's how I like greatly improved. But Sage, as just a player, he's easily adapting with me. We talk about every single matchup and everything happening. Anytime there's something wrong, we both look at a play together, or we run 2v2s with bot lanes like Pockus the AMI bot lane. Like Sage has been one of the biggest help in my journey. I wouldn't say step. He's like a partner at this
Mhm.
point. Also, I'm sorry about my lights. It looks like I'm
Nah, it's
getting
fine.
my room possessed. I'm not sure what's happening. But yeah, Sage for sure is like the biggest shout out I could give.
There we go. Shouting out the fellow bot laner there and 80 carry. Thank you. Calamity, I know this interview is really short, but it was a really long day. So appreciate you coming on, spending the extra time for the stream. And with that, I wish you good luck in the rest of the tournament. And there's a lot of high hopes for you on Gravity. And with that, thank you to Chris and also Loki as we close it out for day one.